This makes me feel like a rat.
It's a lot more delay. It's more or less a lot more of a latency issue than normal. Ugh. I'm not a machine, Duckie. I'm moving. You can't even spell pitiful right. You're giving me shit? You can't even spell pitiful right twice. You giving me shit?
You're pitiful and you're gay.
Why don't you get in the voice chat and say it to my face? Ew, bit fuck. Get. At your spot? Hey, what are you doing?
Someone's spot. Who?
Whatever.
I fits, so I sit.
No. Somebody was like, let's add a fifth person. And then they did.
Why am I getting my controller?
They're not even home.
Well, I made a suggestion.
Rebooting everything. Oh, okay, that's fine. We're all running late. It's fine. Actually, that's not true. I am. Automatic on goal completion and manual release is what I normally do, and I also do the same thing for collection. What do you think? What do we got?
I booted up the wrong version of Risk of Rain. I need the mod. modded version.
Oh no. Alright. Watch mine have a like issue for no reason or something.
Remember to properly tag your content.
It didn't tell me I could, so it told me refresh the page. I refreshed the page. It told me to fuck myself, refresh the page. So I said, okay, fuck you. Mark me as porn. I don't care. I don't fucking care.
Yes, good brain.
Risk of brain.
I'm not.
Oh, I got so many things in front of me. Duckie, I got things in front of me.
Yeah? Oh, did my internet die?
No? Better fucking not have. Alright, now I can finally put this in the Discord. I hit the mute button somehow? That's cool.
Oh, good job.
This isn't even the Yeti. There's one key on the fucking keyboard that does that. It does nothing else. Whatever. I wonder if Virtue is doing an inverted seed. I wonder if. Oh, thank God, Virtue made a cat girling, so I don't fucking have to.
Hey, let's go. I'm using mouse and keyboard.
Not touch controls this time?
Nah.
Well, please stop laughing at me.
Please stop laughing at me. Who said that? Who said that shit?
Whoops.
Virtue redeemed a random sound bite. You told me you better appreciate these seed names, and I appreciated them. And now you're saying please stop laughing at me. I'm getting very mixed signals.
Excuse me? Chatting is disabled for chat. Why can't I chat?
In my
Why
chat?
can I? Yeah, or my chat.
Did you get that again?
No, it's because I'm in Khadgar and I can't. Or Windows is obscured by another element. What? Hold on.
Khadgar just does weird shit sometimes, I guess.
It's not Khadgar. It's Twitch. I don't like people using third-party bullshit.
Then maybe they should stop being dicks. Guaranteed
Wait, what the
they haven't
fuck?
thought of that.
Okay. I can chat in Waffles. Or my chat. So, and our chats are the ones that are at like the bottom.
Oh. Like the feeling of not having it ready like 30 minutes early.
Like what? Okay, what? Yeah, cool. Whatever.
Whatever.
I can't do funny sound effects. No.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't doing this shit. Alright, that should work. Who?
Okay, but what if I... Okay, so if it's in the top row, I can access it fine because your Khadgar link has a different configuration of the chats. So now I can chat in yours and Waffle's chats, but not my chat. But I can chat in Virtue's chat because I'm not a mod in Virtue's chat.
Wait.
Anyways, all that to say...
What? That's fucked up.
Well, if you bad language, sir, I'm being a real doofus.
I have to bleep that out.
Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna hit go live now. I'm live.
Oh!
Doing it.
Hey!
Oh,
What if
God.
Kay joined in anyway?
What if they did?
Luckily, Waffle's internet is
that
being
out.
shit. I'll have to bleep that out. So,
What if...
Waffle's probably not watching this. He's probably gonna be confused as fuck as to why we have 2 multi-world links, but whatever. Alright, we're waiting again.
Yeah!
Hey, chat.
What's up?
Token what, multi-girl? Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever.
Oh. I'm not gonna...
All right. Me barfing. Okay.
Lovely.
Are you streaming this? They're probably like in the bathroom.
We're talking shit.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't say they're shitting. Don't be gross.
Jesus. I didn't see we're talking about shit. I'm just saying
Oh,
talk.
oh god. Oh no. Where's the toggle chats button? Did they get rid of it?
Probably.
Toggle what?
There used to be a button
Praise-
that
Ow!
toggled all the fucking videos
It's still
off.
there.
Where is
It's
it?
there.
What videos? What?
It's the...
Oh, there it is. I found it.
Good
Very
job.
tiny. Actually, I guess I can adjust this link for me. I don't need to see my own chat on Khadgar.
Khadgar. It's on the run.
Sometimes it feels like that. When it logs
Yeah.
me out every time I use it.
Kimmy is absolutely correct. Girls don't poop. We shit.
I hate that. Anyway.
Oh, look at me, I'm tiny.
Duckie 2010's content is intended for certain audiences. It may contain significant profanity or vulgarity and violent and graphic depictions. This content may not be appropriate for you to watch.
Good. I like that.
I like the danger of it. Oh! Sorry, I was just practicing my Crank Kirkhope impression.
Oh, okay. Do it again.
No, I don't want to.
Well, fine. You know what you get for that?
Something that's gonna make me
You're
make that noise.
pitiful, and you're gay.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Content classification. Drugs, intoxication, nope. Gambling, nope. Curated game definitely isn't.
Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3.
Yeah, it doesn't even
I-
let you.
Could you
It doesn't
say-
even let you. It does not let you actually click mature rating if you're not playing an M-rated game.
Yep, I noticed that. I did
But I
notice that in
cuss.
the preview video. Then you select significant profanity or vulgarity.
It didn't let me do shit. Oh, now it lets me. Now it lets me tell people I'm a Christian fucking stream. Thank you.
I don't
So
know
is
why I
this
got-
just in the game or what we do?
the stream itself?
Both?
Yep, it's your content, which is the stream, which is the game and your stream.
Do drugs and intoxication and excessive tobacco use count? We only gamble when it's Voltor flip.
Yeah, and that's not.
It has to be real money gambling.
Yep, Voltor
Yeah,
Flip
no,
is
thank
not.
you. I don't even want to touch that shit on my
Up,
in real
bitches.
life, let alone on my stream.
Hello?
You screaming?
Oh,
Who's screaming?
Suck, fuckers.
You're screaming. Do we even count as sexual themes? Like occasionally us wieners?
You call your wiener.
I beg your goddamn... Excuse me. Why does everyone want to be in the corner? Get over here.
Oh, because
the
you put
spotlight?
us all individually last.
Probably.
Yeah, might as well add the sexual themes, I guess. We make the silly jokes sometimes.
Chat, fucking. Coitus.
Alright, well, I guess I should add it too now.
There you go, horny. You're welcome. I don't like being not ready.
You're
I don't care that you can't finish telling the update.
Okay, are you streaming?
I'm working on it.
Okay. You don't have to. I just want to make sure. Link.
I'm
Yeah,
making
same.
a concerted effort.
Fuck!
That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I'm not ready for the multi-world stream like a half hour prior. That's why I do this shit.
What is she doing? Her very best.
That's me.
That's all we can ask. That's all we can
That's
ask.
me, hi.
That's me.
Yes, we know.
You didn't change your screen yet, did you?
No,
Okay.
I'm still not sure if I'm changing my real name, so...
Fair enough.
You're not using it. I just have it.
True.
You got my old
You know.
name. You don't want it.
You can have my old name.
Like, whoever wants my government name is more than welcome to it.
No.
See?
I've seen it long enough. I'm good. It was cute 20 years ago.
Yeah?
So yeah, Duckie is gonna be a new one. Oh, I see. I never knew how Risk Rain 2 randomizer works. So,
I'm
Where?
gonna make a new thing.
there's a Foogie.
A boogie?
A Foogie!
Oh.
Boogers?
I thought you said boogie.
Boogie,
Mature themes like boogies.
boogie.
Boogers.
Ew.
Oh, yes, it's my nails.
Alright. I have the new Multigirl 7 file.
Wait, can I duplicate? No?
I'm going to generate game with manual release and a manual collect.
Yeah, that's how it
Okay.
usually works.
Not what I do.
I
Well, it
mean,
depends on who I'm with. It depends on who I'm with.
I usually
I was
set
making
them
a
up.
sex joke.
Oh my god.
Oh, fucking mature themes.
Yep.
You
See, I
sexual
usually-
misconduct motherfucker. Actually, that's
I
different
usually do
annotation.
I usually do a manual release, but a automatic collect.
I do automatic all of them unless somebody has a specific like game that fucks with them, which in most cases, if they're not playing the exact same things I am, they do.
Timespinner. Please do not.
Timespinner?
Timespinner can really, if you do a manual, if you do an automatic release when I'm not ready, it can fuck me up.
I guess you're
same.
right. I just giving you all the multi-world link. No, I don't want to toggle this one video, you fucking hedge ween. Oh,
That was my nickname in high school.
Hedgeween?
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about? Am I
What are you
love?
talking about?
I don't know. I don't want to. I want to.
Wait, yes.
I'm inquisiting what you were talking about. 'Cause I have no idea, and I'm freaking out.
Good thing.
Humpst.
There we go.
Humsteda.
Holy fucking shit. All right. I'm gonna download a new spoiler log.
I'm helping you.
Ooh, spoiler.
I'll give you all the link before I put that where I want to put it.
Where's Julia? We're talking about her right now.
Here, okay, here's your link. And then everybody else will send it in the thing aging.
Why is Discord audio? Why is everyone else's Discord audio so much louder?
Fucking screaming constantly.
How
Just talking
could
about
you do
Pinor.
this to me?
We're talking about you because we're saying new. Hey, while we're like spending 1 billion years setting this up, we should get Julia to play.
No.
She doesn't want to.
Oh,
I already suggested that earlier.
oh, those are some good names.
I'm not even reading my chat right now. I don't know what anybody's talking about.
I'm reading nothing. In fact, I don't even want to look at the streams. I just want to open my.
Want to dance?
I'm gonna do a chatterino. Chatterino.
Time to face the chat.
Ah, fuck you, chatterino. Remove ad.
Hey,
Hey, you fucking
Yeah.
Chatterino, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Now I can fucking finally put the correct archipelago code into the mod loader.
Archipelago.
Save
Wait,
it.
Sorry, hold on.
Archipelago.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright, there's that. Ad.
Connected.
Right
Waffle
to bed, dappa do.
Waffle's getting their shit.
Yeah.
That was very descriptive, Aiden. Waffle's getting their shit together. Waffle's getting my shit together.
Exactly.
That's you know, I could.
glittering.
You're not wrong about that.
Someone whose shit is not together and is also part of this whole process.
You're fine.
Yeah,
Remember
but you
to
don't have
leave,
move
like,
anything.
Remember to leave like a single knickknack in a place that will
You have
take.
to move you.
Remember to leave a single knickknack in like some location that'll take like months for the new tenant to find, and they'll be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I put a little note that says like something in like German that like or like Old English. Now it's having issues with another thing because holy fuck, I can't just do it. I can't do fucking nothing. Exit Steam.
All right. I have a proposition for the Tuesday cruise day for a trip that we need to take.
Okay. Oh my!
I'll send it to Kay as well.
What's MD? Maryland?
Maryland.
You wanna go to Maryland? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's normal.
I just want to go from Cum to Pog.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if you do it right, those two aren't very far apart.
I mean, you can go through Hell Climax and Paradise in a day in Michigan.
Poggers!
Anyway.
The entertainment on my Charles a la cheese.
Bloggers.
Poggers.
Bloggers.
I love them poggers.
I really fucking hope that they didn't like patch this game to disable GameCube compatibility. Because I will fucking throw up.
I love the Onion. Coast Guard sent another submersible full of billionaires after the first one.
Which website was that one?
Sucks.
The Onion.
Oh, thank you. I mean,
feel bad for the fucking 19-year-old kid that's in there though. But like, god damn, what a situation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not connecting. I'm so smart.
Yeah, Drowning
I will figure it
Billionaires
out.
definitely wasn't on my 2023 bingo card.
yeah, right?
What was it on your
Yeah, one of
2022 bingo card?
Waterboarding billionaires.
Oh, yeah. It should be.
It wasn't though.
Alright, it's not doing the
Definitely
GameCube
was
controller,
not.
so I'm gonna suck. It's fine. I'm fine.
Are you?
fine.
No.
Citation needed.
Will this controller work? Thank God. Okay, that's the reason it hates me, because the Xbox controller's plugged in. I'm too lazy to get down and unplug that. So, reason Xbox
Yeah,
controller
no,
for this one.
I have that same issue sometimes when I'm going between PlayStation and SNES controller for my async seeds.
Well, the SA2 thing has a launcher, has a separate launcher when you launch it in Steam. And
Oh
it's
gosh, yeah.
supposed
Of
to
course it does.
give you a drop-down menu for all the controllers, which it does, but it doesn't have the other fucking controllers that are plugged in. Because why the fuck? Why the fuck would it?
Ah, I see this controller. You want this one, right? Just this one. That's all I see, right?
You have like a Dreamcast controller plugged in through a USB converter. You got 3 Xbox One controllers plugged in. None of those though, right? We're starting with Pumpkin Hill. Let's fucking go. I just saw the tracker. I'm not starting the game yet.
Nice. Cheater.
I'm not cheating. I'm not.
Cheater.
I'm not cheating. Stop.
How could you cheat on us?
You couldn't happen it. What else do I need? Game capture. Oh, I'm so fucking epic.
File select.
AP Discord server, and it turns out just Emerald shout out.
Oh, well, there you go.
More importantly, BizHawk shout out, and that's why Archipelago shout out. Because, you know, when you like move the window, it makes the game stutter.
Yeah.
It did that shit.
Ah.
All right, I'm gonna find my text client too. I guess it's a good thing to have.
Probably. I just launched it straight from the Archipelago page.
That's too easy for me.
Okay, that's valid.
I still, you wanna know why I still don't do that? Because no one told me that was a thing until I did like 12 fucking multi-worlds. So I still manually go to like the Windows search bar and look for Archipelago text client.
As you do.
As I do. Okay. Now we're just waiting for Waffle, yes?
Yeah.
I mean, Waffle went live. We're just waiting for them to come in here.
Get on in here. We got Cum and Pog.
Like an
please.
easy mode. It's fucking.
My bot.
I'm not signed in on Khadgar.
You should do
Why the fuck
that.
not?
Because iPad is fucking stupid device made by fucking apes.
True.
Apes together strong.
True.
No, they're
What
not. Stop that.
do you mean? You don't like monkey?
Monkey.
Monkey. Monkey. Monkey. You have given me monkey. Monkey. How do I log in on Khadgar?
Very
I
carefully.
don't know. Just log in. Just do it.
This happens so fucking often and I don't know how to fix it.
Move though.
You like... There we go. There we go. No. Fuck
Did
you.
I change my thingamadoodle?
What thing? The PNG?
I changed my PNG tuber.
I was gonna say, I thought I was there for that.
I don't want to log in the Discord again.
Why are we all having stupid technical issues? And by all of us, I mean... Probably just canine.
It's the dumb bitch juice flow freely.
Okay. Cool.
D&D tricks gullible player into believing musicians have charisma.
Well... Am I logged in everywhere now? No. You have to log in each individual fucking window.
You try refreshing and see if it just logs you in on all of them.
But then I have to toggle all the shit again and use a little fucking like paper clip to hit the toggle every fucking video
yeah.
button.
Yes, it is not a multi-world without technical issues. We're having fun though.
We're having so much fun!
See, Aiden says we're having fun. So we're having fun.
F is for fire that burns down the whole town. U is for you.
Bams. Oh,
B is for bombs.
Hello,
Is that
I'm
a
trying to take every
waffle?
spot.
that is me.
Hey.
Ms. Soup has arrived.
We're moving our ass. Get in there. There we go. Things that are only funny to say for people watching my screen. Okay. Now I can fucking remove the stress from my spine.
Unshrimp
Oh.
thyself.
Let's ring him.
Now I'm ready whenever.
I think I'm ready. I think I've successfully BS Streamlabs into doing the thing.
Hell yeah.
I appear to be live. I can't figure out a good way to put the text client on my screen, but I think we figured it out.
Why is the Link's Awakening tracker so awkward? Okay.
There was a concerted effort.
Imagine needing a tracker.
Let's just make everything a web app.
It's convenient.
It's so convenient that it opens in a browser that you can't set to an exact size for cropping.
Yeah. Cool. It's so neat.
Yeah.
I love it.
Hey,
So
hey,
fucking awesome.
it's fucking great.
Amazing.
Man.
There we go.
Okay, I am ready.
We need Lunaeus and Cyanol to connect.
Yeah, there, and you can only have one at a time, so shh. Besides, I'm finished. I need to finish getting live. And coming up. Yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, this is the Kitty Girl Multi-Girls.
Yeah.
I need to put on my kitty girl PNG tuber.
I mean, I have my regular kitty girl, like my not my custom one, but
Do I still have my kitty girl?
If you don't, I have one for you.
Don't know if I have my kitty girl anymore.
also
Are you
Aiden,
doing
where's
this?
mine?
Recommend this bet?
I don't have a Kitty Girl one, but I have my Pride PNG up, so it's basically the same thing.
Mhm.
Kind of.
Anyway,
I can alternatively dress up as
where?
Jury from Street Fighter.
You could. That's close to Kitty Girl.
You
A lot
would-
of people won't
you
know the
would
difference.
type it.
I have a mint green t-shirt or a mint green hoodie.
Oh geez, why does that always happen? Fuck. One of the
Oh, I
things
do
came
have
up on.
Kimmy. I do have Kimmy, yeah. That could be a
Yeah.
Hang on.
Hold on. Oh come on. Ah. Ah.
Yes.
No, my tracker. No, wrong way. Shrink. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm a kitty girl.
Yay. Come on. Just that last one bit. Come on. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Now I have my
I'm
tracker
ready.
sized up for the thing. Let me get my By the way, The reason I have Lunais and Cyanil, is because Cyanil is inverted.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
Oh,
that's what I said.
I see what you did there.
I see what I did there, yes. Y'all see what I did there? Now, let's see if I
Okay, this time I'm actually ready.
I'm ready.
I am finishing getting ready right now. Get
Okay.
these
Oh,
set up.
gosh dang it.
I'm
What?
sorry! Alright, mouse, go to the right thing. There we go! Wah! Wait.
Wah.
Okay,
Okay.
new game. Archipelago. Get the right numbers.
That's how you pronounce it.
Pelago.
Archipelago?
Archipelago.
That's not how it's pronounced.
Archipelago.
That's a different word.
Archipelago. I am ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Read.
Ready?
Alright. MULTIGIRLS 7! In 3, 2, 1, go!
Shazam.
Pumpkin Hill.
Whee.
I'm not going
Ew.
to
I'm on Distant Roost.
Pizza power? Okay.
Oops.
Pizza power!
Pizza time?
Double? What? What does that
Oh, yeah.
unlock as a check?
Shovel, 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 shovel.
Um,
Oh, okay, isn't there...
I don't know.
Never played
okay,
like
there is,
Twitch, so.
there is one check in here. Unlocked.
Nice. Start with Forbidden Tome.
I thought that, yeah, I
Sort
thought there
of
was something in the
buckets,
very beginning of the game.
Help. Help.
Somewhere in here. There it is. Maxora. Cool. I'm BK.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Welcome
Nice.
to
I hope your
MULTIGIRLS
sword
7,
isn't
everybody.
on my like 50th check or something, because that would suck.
I can buy a metal wristband once I get 200 rupees.
Time to start farming.
And I can do one more check when someone finds me some rupees. Oh wait, no, I can get rupees. Actually, I can dig them up, can't I?
Yep.
Or is that only in Link to the Past?
No, I think. Wait, well, I'm pretty sure you can dig them up in.
Yeah, there we go.
Link's
Okay.
Awakening.
One at a
Oh.
time.
Airship.
It's
Here we
really
go.
good, thank you. Okay, were you gonna say something a second ago?
I'm yelling at my game.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was literally my first check.
Should we also yell at your game?
You could. I got one I really don't like, especially when I don't have any power-ups or anything.
I didn't feel like
Just
screaming in full
fine.
volume right now, so I just gave it the mistaken screech.
Little mistaken noises. Son of a bitch.
Where's the best spot to dig?
There's
Hey!
50 rupees, that'll help.
There we go. Now I can do the fishing game. Just one more check.
Fun. How annoying is the fishing in Link's Awakening? I don't remember.
Oh, it's not that bad.
I was gonna say it can't be
Damn,
ocarina
okay.
bad.
No, it's not. Like,
I
And
like
every
the
time you-
fishing and all.
I
Same.
just like fishing mini games in general.
That's true.
I have no horse in this race.
That's fucked up.
I like fishing. I used to fish, like, as a child.
I used to go fishing a lot with my dad. Back when my parents still pretended to love me, at least.
I was forced to go fishing a few times, but I've never liked it.
I've gone fishing a couple times, but fuck.
They love that shit right
Waffle.
at you, if you can imagine.
Gee, I can't imagine why.
and BK'd again. I made my power bracelet local. But I think I'd have to make both swords local.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Or I guess if you start, you could just like.
I'm gonna do my async checks.
Go for it.
Okay, fine.
Bye.
Love you, mean it.
Ultimate victory.
Remember
Well,
me fondly.
There's medicine that you can't even use yet.
Select the stage.
Yep.
Where's it? Where? There it is.
Oh boy. My system is struggling to run BizHawk and Timespinner at the same time.
Absolutely the fuck not.
Hey, Knuckles isn't gonna die this time.
Honey the cat will survive.
Sorry.
Honey the cat
Honey
will be
the
back
cat
in
won't
MULTIGIRLS
die.
Seed. Have I ever done a MULTIGIRLS Seed where I didn't play Sonic?
Ooh.
I don't think so.
Has it always been Sonic? I need to change that next time.
Always has been.
Always has been.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter for this one,
Did
for
in
the
the
Sonic
head.
month, so.
What did you say?
It doesn't matter for this month, it's a Sonic month, so it's gonna be Sonic regardless.
Right.
There we go.
We should play the Sonic All-Stars game because it's multiplayer.
Does anyone else in Call have that have that game? Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed?
That's not what I meant, but
What do you mean?
you know, the new Sonic game.
It's not online. Duckie?
Isn't it local?
Parsec it.
It's local only.
We can parsec it.
No, I can't. That's not true. I
Does
still do one of those.
Tailkey help you?
No, that lets me get into a dungeon
Oh,
at some point.
Bye, Boots.
My boots.
Boomerang!
Watch old boomer shows with really outdated fucking jokes.
Casual
I think
racism.
that breaks.
Casual racism, but also laughing dogs. Women exclusively with fucking hourglass figures and D-cup tits. You got.
I still love the character that I picked because it just let me one-shot the boss.
Oh,
Why not?
the artifice. The artificer.
Oh, thank you! Now I don't have to wait for these stupid moving platforms. I can just jump over everything.
I'm helping.
I don't know anything about that.
A bird key?
Bird.
Bird the word.
Yeah.
Oh, I
So
sent my own
Family Guy, enjoy
MP3.
your stream.
Up to
Probably not
season
me.
4, yes.
Yeah.
Like when they first came back after they got canceled the first time is some of the best. I'll die on that hill.
Apparently,
disagree
a
with
lot
that.
of the apparently a lot of the newer stuff is really good.
I find that incredibly hard to believe. I think the first episode is the best thing that like Seth MacFarlane has ever done, and then like everything else is garbo.
I'm sorry, but the bit, like the first thing after they come back from being canceled, where he just lists off like a ton of canceled Fox shows, and Lois is like, "Is there anything we can do?" And Peter's like, "Well, I guess if all those shows get canceled, maybe."
Oh, okay.
Oh, right, that's what medicine does. Fuck.
Can I bring the water bottle in?
Oh,
here?
medicine's like fairies. Isn't it?
Yeah, I forgot that.
I'm too much of a cynical bit. Like shows can do that and it's funny, but like Family Guy's
Oh, that
entire
helps.
existence is just breaking the fourth wall. So when they're like, "Oh, LOL, fuck Fox," like, yeah, it's cool because fuck Fox, but also like, fuck you too,
I mean,
because you're
Family
Family
Guy
Guy.
is just 25 minutes of Seth MacFarlane talking to himself, so.
I hate it. That's why I don't like it. It's not funny.
Oh, geez, perfect. Okay, I guess I'm not
Update, I did
switching.
remember my water bottle.
Oh.
Select the stage.
Stay hydrated, kids.
Thanks for
Progressive
following
power up. Super
Kitty Cat
carry
on the internet. What'd you say?
Yoshi.
I said progressive power up for K.
Yep.
Ew.
That's me, MK.
Wow.
The world, so it's rhymes with Mario instead of Mario.
Yeah,
someone who calls it
Duckie,
Mario
Super
Field.
Mario World.
Huh. Okay, Arm
It's Super
Cannon.
Mario RPG.
Super Mario World. Get with the frickin' program. We're from the
Super
Midwest.
Mario.
Mario.
They say
Super Mario.
Super Mario RPG. See?
They say Super Mario RPG.
This is Super Mario. You should know, hey, you're
Mario
Canadian.
RPG. Ripig.
I can't
Super
stand Family
Mario
Guy. See,
Ripig.
Julia gets it. Julia understands fine art. Unless it's metal.
Ah! Oh, I need to turn those up. Hold on.
That's me when Kay
okay.
turns on
I'm
all the
gonna-
monitors in the house and puts Family Guy on all of them.
Sorry, I forgot to turn off my 3D redeems because I'm not on 3D right now.
Oof.
Oof, indeed. Fortunately, it was only something that was 75 points. So.
Imagine doing redeems. Imagine
Well, if you
streaming.
streamed more
for that
often.
matter.
You. And.
Why are there so many
Community.
gambling shrines? We're not allowed to gamble. I didn't say I'm gambling on this.
Yeah, we're not
So
gambling.
it's not real. It's not real money, so I'm allowed to. Except they keep giving me nothing.
No, not pop out reward queue. Edit rewards. There we go.
I hate this level.
Oh no.
Oh shit, no fun.
Oh shit. Oh,
Cracker
fuck.
thinks I can do
damn.
something I can't do.
So throw off, fall off.
I'm not mistaken, I am bad at Mario.
Here wiggles I can do.
Ah,
Here wiggles I can do.
damn.
Water bucket off.
Are you sure? What if they swapped places and are just using really convincing sound
Throw
or
off.
voice mods?
Throw off. There. Sorry about that, Songbird.
That's gonna be really fucked up when I move in.
Select the stage.
I don't like the insinuation of this at all.
You just walk in and you just it's just mistaken. He just dramatically pulls off a mask. He's like, "It wasn't me."
It's like a big zipper.
free-
It's
I'll
like a
give you
big
a
zipper
free-
comes down, and he's just like, "What's up?
Give you a free ear wiggle and stuff.
How's it going?
Yeah.
How's it going, Aiden?" I'll be like,
Yeah.
"Where the fuck is my partner?" Yeah, your relationship's randomized. Sorry.
Your relationship is real.
I am nothing but an archipelago check in your mind.
Who's got K?
Oh.
Fuck. MULTIGIRLS 8. The search for K. It's an IRL stream.
By the way, if we haven't already hit these nuts, we gotta see what each game says.
Oh right, yeah. Good point.
Mine isn't fun.
Oh,
Mine's just
hold on.
bits.
I gotta.
Super
can't
Mario
really
World's
pause
still the
this
best
game.
so far?
Oh, it's the princess, right?
Yep.
Let's see what we get. Couldn't find the item that closely matches. Did you mean Sundered Grove?
Sure did.
It's kind of close. Closer than
Totally.
Iron Boots, Sonic.
Oh, and also you have to do hint for Bofa.
Did I ever hint for both in this game?
Did you mean boss item?
Did you? Hint.
Here's the
Bofa.
boss item, both of these nuts.
Hold
Omo
on, I
Trap.
gotta- All right, let me do
I
my.
don't think Bofa was nearly as good on
And-
SMW.
Apparently, I get to find my bombardment, which I already have, by the way. So if
Mine is P-Balloon for Bofa.
That's close enough.
Oh,
Okay.
sunglasses.
I'm sorry, but the princess is just too good.
Yeah, I think Princess for these nuts is the best one so far.
I don't think anything's gonna top these nuts, Peach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
Princess.
that's just Pegasus boots. Which I think is probably the same as Link to the Past, right?
I don't remember.
Yes.
What about hint for Bofa?
Bow.
Oh yeah, you know, we should have seen that one coming. Did we
Yeah.
ever do a hint for
Oh,
Bofa?
thank you. That actually kicks me. I was about to hit BK, and then large cannon for Eggman.
Mine's
Nice.
probably light shoes.
Probably.
I
Mine is
literally
about
bought
to
it BK too.
Did you
mine
do
is
climb?
equipment.
Mine is climb.
Mine is Pong Trap.
Hold on. Let me hint.
I put in
Oh,
Ligma in the track.
Mine
the
is light
fucking...
wall. Okay, I should have seen that one.
Yeah, I should have. Yeah, that one makes more sense. I thought mine would be light shoes. I put in Ligma in the fucking text client said, have you
Apparently,
considered
these nuts
playing
is
Pong
actually
until
a
you
bee
die?
trap. Apparently,
yeah.
these nuts is actually a bee trap.
Sure. Hint Ligma means nightmare key. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds
Uh-huh.
about right.
Yours kind of said
I
the
mean-
same thing as mine then.
Oh,
It's just like, have
wow,
you considered fucking
okay,
yourself?
so I'm gonna do a quick thing where I grab. Do I have fire yet?
I
do not.
forgot that if I kill the boss and my next thing that I'm gonna send is an archipelago check, I don't get a boss item from killing the boss.
Uh-huh. Anyway, I'm
So you need a
going
guillotine
to.
check.
I'm gonna set up.
Fire off.
6590.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm gonna set up my other time spinner so I can get through the beginning part of it.
I'm in the sulfur.
Blood orb, not the best to start. It's not horrible, but it's not the best because everything's resistant to it being, not filled with blood.
That's your inverted seed. Though.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Okay, Infernal Flames is fine.
Yeah, that's your inverted seed, so you should be fine.
Yeah, no, I definitely like the Oh wait, that's right. You're right. So actually, that's really good. And I got my Infernal Flames, so I can burn down shit.
Fireballs at each Resner. Resner fight. I'm being bad at it.
You've killed Trent Reznor?
Certainly trying.
Oh, Trent Reznor's killing you. I got it.
Yeah.
I will make you hurt.
There's my power bracelet.
Hey, that's not his song anymore.
Maybe it's not a
Said
song
it himself.
anymore.
He said it himself.
He
Frog
never
Song
claimed to
of Soul.
steal it.
No,
Wasn't so hard.
Johnny Cash did a cover of Hurt, and then Trent Reznor was like, "That's not my song anymore."
Yeah, apparently Trent Reznor loved the cover of "Hurt" so much he said, "You know what? This fits the song, the words so much better. I'm done with it."
What cover?
Hurt.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the song that you were singing.
You said that Trent Reznor did it originally and Johnny Cash covered it, you fucking knob.
No.
Yes. That not how?
Trent Reznor's like 50.
Yeah. Johnny Cash did a cover of Hurt when he was like 70.
This was like
What?
2002.
Yeah.
What?
Trent
I thought it
Reznor
was
is
the other way around.
No.
No.
My game crashed due to this knowledge.
Nope. Trent Reznor did it
No.
first.
Yeah,
What?
it was originally for the Downward Spiral, and then
The what?
Johnny Cash for downward. The album, like the
Yes.
most famous album that he did.
I don't listen to Nine Inch Nails.
Yes.
Everybody always just
Apparently
compares
not.
my music to him.
File select.
I've heard when I tell people when they're like, oh, "What do you do? Do you play like guitar? That's so cute." I'm like, "Actually, I make all my own music." They're like, "Oh, like Nine Inch Nails." I'm like, sure. I've had one person was like, "Oh, like Beck," and I was like, "You know what? I'll fucking take it."
You are a
whatever.
loser, baby.
Oh, you make all
What
your
the
own
fuck?
music, like jazzy music.
Sure.
Magic rod. Okay.
Fuck you.
You make all your own music, like Brian David Gilbert. You
Stop
make all your own music,
crashing!
like Tim Minchin.
Fuck.
Why is it crashing?
I don't know,
What's
but I
happening?
sent you a booster.
Thank you. Oh my god. Why is it crashing?
Fuck.
So I'm gonna turn off the fucking forklift
Fuck.
certification.
Okay, I do have an antidote. Good.
What's up?
Eggman is no longer forklift certified.
Oh no. How's he gonna get bitches now?
He won't.
Oh,
I don't want to be actually. I can't get this one. I don't think.
tragic.
You should have thought about that before crashing my fucking game twice.
What if it wasn't him?
When was the last time I did a multi-world of this that wasn't self-hosted? I think it was since the last build, so I don't know. I still play Eggman, I guess.
Yeah, magic powder for Waffle Link.
Right. Okay,
Select
whatever.
stage.
That works. I already had powder. I can get it from the shop.
I don't think it's the forklift one.
Play.
I've
I've
Happy
never
to
had
do
that
it.
issue before,
Inside.
though. This has never happened before.
Okay.
I don't even like this boss.
Ooh, a guillotine. I have.
Oh.
Yay. Give me this guillotine.
Friendly reminder: eat the rich.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's true.
Oh no, we don't eat the rich anymore. We just put them into tiny tubes and drown them.
Pressure cut them first.
Select a
No! Fucking hell.
It would be fucking hell. That's why we're up here, and the fucking
No.
dumbass CEO that's shipped himself underwater with his kid is down there.
I'll never forgive you for this.
We probably shouldn't joke too much about the submersible.
let's
not because
not.
of death, but because not because of CEO dying, because CEOs dying are funny, but because it's like, you know, drowning potentially. Good news, it didn't crash that time.
What have you done to Sonic?
Here, crowd. Hey.
For this.
Now that I remember to do a check before I fight my boss.
Fighting your boss is also based.
I didn't one shot the boss. I need more crit damage.
Wait, what? What is it?
What have you done to Sonic?
Disagree.
No, not the bees!
Not the bees.
Yeah, there we go.
Nicolas Cage,
Ah.
you're not allowed in multi-girls.
Well, at least I took out the bird. Can I do anything from the left? No, I do not.
Done to Sonic.
Therefore, I'm just going to do this. Because I'm not dealing with Cantern with only Blood Orb and
Stay alert.
Infernal Flames.
I mean, Blood Orb's good for him.
I'm not that much of a masochist.
But funny.
Funny.
Does this tracker think I have bombs?
Bombs?
Palms?
You want them? You want them?
Give me the bombs.
Don't know how to get in this cave.
Anyway, I'm gonna go back
Can you
to
magic
my...
powder your way through it? Can you shovel your way through it?
Oh, you know, I could have gone through Wait, do I have? I don't think I have my
Oh.
modern. I don't have my modern warp beacon yet anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yep. Yep.
So I'm gonna go
Okay.
switch. I'm switching it back over.
Figure it out, Waffle?
Wait.
I think the tracker does expect me to buy the 200 rupee item in the shop, and then the shop sells bombs. So yes, and I don't have 200 rupees yet. So
Wow.
Wait.
What have you
Time to farm.
I'll never forgive you for this.
Can't believe they added Animal Crossing to AP.
Yum num num farming.
Stay alert.
Ah, nice A. Okay.
Bag of Skittles. It does not want to open
Well, that's just rude.
the Skittles.
What kind of Skittles?
Wild berry.
Decent choice.
I'll bet I have double jump already.
I'm a basic bitch, and I like the original Skittles the best.
I mean, it ain't broke.
I don't like the tropical ones because they have a lot of pineapple flavored in them.
I used to love the tropical ones in high school.
Oh, that's D. Fuck, I don't know why I thought I was. Oh no, I can go the other. Well, I can go.
Oh god.
No, I don't. Die.
yes,
Rip. Good thing I didn't turn Deathlink on.
I didn't.
So
either.
Risk of Rain has the option for Deathlink, but it felt mean-spirited being that I'm playing a roguelike.
Yeah, right. It's not a matter of will you, it's a matter of when.
Just because this is a roguelike I'm not particularly good at. I'm actually, like, moderately excited for whatever Binding of Isaac gets in.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have armor. Picked up a couple antidotes.
Harry, but on the block.
Shovel claw. Sure.
Thanks. Now I can go to Pumpkin Hill.
I like that showed up
Favorite
as a
thing.
shovel in my game.
Should have was a what?
It showed up as a shovel.
Oh. Huh. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, Link's
Yeah.
Awakening has different sprites for different objects.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yes and no. Oh, flooded? Oh, okay. That explains why I can get that. No, you know, I have double jump, it doesn't matter.
I am being accosted by giant slimes.
It's smush.
It's not like the internet told me it'd be like at all.
Alright, I still don't have my outpost ring yet. I didn't think of anything of this one because I have the access to it, but my caves in the past are flooded.
Fire Rod kill these enemies?
Shattered orb. Is this even randomized? Oh no, that's actually not where it is. Oh wait, no.
Nope, sure can't. Powder.
Bombardment for sure, and then
Still can't do that check.
Effort.
Oh, actually, that shield might.
Select the stage.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
What else can we say? But you're welcome.
Thanks, Dwayne The Rock
Do an
Johnson.
emblem in response.
That's what they call me.
Wait, why is it still saying I can do stuff in here? Oh, I do. I can do one check. Okay.
I've joked about it before, but now I kind of want Sonic Heroes in AP. Now that I've been playing it again on GameCube on stream, I'm like, this actually wouldn't be terrible for Emerald Hunt.
I mean, if it gets set up similarly to Sonic Adventure 2, then yeah.
That's the tall ask though, because Porygon
Ooh,
and
legendary
everybody
item.
made this like it wasn't based on an existing randomizer necessarily. So like it could happen.
Oh,
But I get
my
why it's,
own
like, not
Lens
anytime
Bangle.
soon.
I'll take
What?
that.
I'm gonna die.
Oh, yeah.
I'll definitely take my own Lens Bangle. Hooray.
Can't complain.
No.
Where's the basket?
No.
Are you playing Peekaboo with the
I
boss?
do not have my gas mask, so this is gonna be a
Apparently.
very short trip through the caves. Oh wait, it's flooded.
Hmm.
Here. The Maw caves are flooded, so this is gonna be even more interesting.
I hate everything right now.
Yeah.
Why so?
There we go.
Because I had Star World 3, which is the one where you steal the Lakitu Cloud to fly up to get the secret exit. And you have to jump a gap, and I missed, and fell back down.
Wait, what did I
I
just
see.
grab? Oh, Eternal Brooch. That's just the appearance change.
I hate everything. And I just have I need.
Oh yay! I have an extra jump now. Woo!
It'll be a really good thing I start with 99 lives.
A little stone beak for you. Get that owl statue talking.
Oh, is this the cave? Oh, it's this cave, not the other one. Fuck. Okay.
Oh man!
There aren't any men here. This is MULTIGIRLS 7. Almost at 3.
Oh, that was weird.
I know.
No. So, you know how when you in Timespinner, when you enter a portal world, the music fades out as you approach the portal, and then when you warp somewhere else, the new music starts up from the beginning. Well, if you warp somewhere, oh shit, I don't know if I can do this because I'm slower in the water. Oh no, it's fine. Bop.
What happens when you warp?
I am not doing them all.
Okay.
Sorry. The music resets for the new area you're in. But if you warp, excuse me. If you warp to a different area that just happens to coincide, be on the other side of the same area you're in, such as from one end of Maw Caves to the next, the music continues as you move over into it. So it just threw me off because I'm used to warp, and then I enter a thing, it's new music. It didn't happen this time. Anyway.
Do I have to? Oh, right. Every time I die, I have to reconnect.
You have to what?
Every time I die, I have to reconnect.
That's interesting.
Really? Still?
Yeah.
I thought that would have been fixed by now.
Makes you rethink your life decisions. It's part of the art. It's a feature. It's part of the road
Oh
life
shit!
experience.
Oh right.
That uses up way too much. Sorry, Tailwind. You are useless right now. I don't have nearly enough aura for you.
I also forgot that every time I spawn in again, it gives me different items from the AP drops.
Select the stage.
It's actually kind of cool.
Aww.
Oh, I have to go that way. Okay.
Good thing we all marked
Ooh, nice.
our stream sexual content.
I'm not
Get myself an Empire Orb.
You're kind of moaning.
I wasn't trying to.
And yet,
I was saying "aha" in French.
not how that works.
They go
Oh.
You about to get us canceled, Aiden?
By Aaron.
This is not the first time I've made an anti-French fucking joke on this stream. So
Yeah, right?
no. No, I'm not. When I'm trying to get us all canceled, you'll know.
I need jacket.
Oh, I haven't been here yet. I haven't been to camp yet.
I don't like camping either.
I like camping.
Anyway, now that I'm here...
I found
Life ring.
Ba-da-da. I don't need that.
Select a stage.
Let me in.
Ooh, ceremonial dagger. Like that.
Can I
Do it again.
Straight. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was talking to myself.
Cool.
Now the difference is, because I have double jump on this, I will do the Cantron fight, because...
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans?
Ooh. That I will take.
You have to do all that over again?
You gonna fight fucking Cantron right meow?
Not right meow, I gotta fight Pink Bird first.
Chat, is it a Super Troopers joke or a Kitty Girl joke? You decide.
Yes.
Trick question. All the above.
Super Troopers were kitty girls.
I think they should make another movie where they're all just actually never mind. I don't want that at all. I take it back.
Seen that movie too many times. I've told this story before.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm just saying, A cab includes those cops, but if I was gonna
No,
trust
seashell.
one set of cops,
They don't really enforce a whole lot of anything in that movie, do they?
not really. No. I
Yeah,
do
but
the.
like cats.
It does have one of the best opening scenes in a movie, like, ever.
I don't remember.
The one where, like, it's the bunch of teenagers, and they have a bunch of drugs, so they make one of their friends eat all the drugs, and they get super fucking high, so they just fuck with them the whole time.
Oh yeah,
Hell
watermelon.
yeah.
Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna go do the rest of my checks over this way first, and then I will do the, then I'll do the Cantron fight.
Should watch.
Regular water level 4, and, wow, local gas mask, okay. Too bad I already just went through the damn cave. I guess it'll make getting to the mom more easy. I don't have any fire yet! Sad.
Ooh, Goobu Jr.
Junior.
Goobu!
Junior.
I need to find another chest. Oh,
Yeah.
you know this.
The Beatles. Ernest Corain.
You're doing it first.
Another emblem!
Goobu Jr. is like one of the best items in Risk of Rain. It lets you make a clone of yourself.
How does Goobu Jr. do in Final Fantasy XIV?
It's decently.
Okay.
I'll go all the way to the other end first.
I have a spectral hand with a knife in it. This is actually amazing.
Oh!
This
What have you got there? A knife!
That was easy.
Oh, boots. Yo.
Boots!
Select a stage.
I already beat. I haven't beaten
Different
Boots.
boots.
I was gonna say I
Dusted
haven't
them
beaten
off,
Boots
give
on
it a
this stage
Waffle.
yet.
You won't even get the chance.
How the hell do I get around here?
Coolest. Oh, I see. So you're not just a hedgehog.
I'm just really confused on why the fuck the game crashed. That has like not happened on that boss. I mean, the game's definitely crashed like once or twice, but
Only once or twice.
it's a,
Only
it's a
once or
Sonic
twice,
game.
Yeah, right. It's a
I
Sonic
did so
game not
much.
on a Sega system. It's going to crash.
I mean, sometimes even on the Sega systems.
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's not on the Sega system. It's going to crash.
It's just that they poured it to the fucking Steam wrong. They do it wrong. The game developers need to get it together.
How dare.
I have one of my favorite items in this game. I have fireworks, so every time I open a chest, I get a bunch of fireworks.
Wait,
It's like, yay, you did it. And also, it does a shit ton of damage to enemies.
even better.
Fireworks
Alright.
do that, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
People just point them in the wrong direction.
How do I get in the color dungeon?
Sometimes people point them at each other on purpose.
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
That's why the
Roman
other
candle.
enemies are beating us.
Ow! Fuck.
Think
I've never had a Roman candle fight
more
before?
fireworks.
I burned myself on a sparkler. I cannot be trusted with Roman candles.
To be fair, most people who have Roman candles can't be trusted with Roman candles.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever
Damn it.
burned a nail, but that shit hurts.
Yeah?
Fuck. Okay. Cannot have two copies of the tracker open at the same time. Great.
Don't do that.
That's odd.
Bye, bird.
Hi, big.
Big bird dead.
And then closing one of them crashes something in the console. I don't know if I'm still
Yeah.
connected.
We love Archipelago. Oh, I need to buy this drone now because it costs $69.
Nice.
Hmm. Have a lunar item.
I want my Goobu Junior.
Kaboo!
Blue.
Fuck! Deborah.
Need $9 more. Someone send me $9.
No.
Oh, speaking of money, I need to text my mom to make sure that she sends me money for my trip.
Ah.
Heart container.
Thank
It's like a
you.
mom that loves you.
Oh, it's
Oh,
my
what's a whole
second mom.
container? Nice.
Couldn't
I traded up.
My mom got me thrown in jail 6 years ago today, as a matter of fact.
Oh, what's
Oh,
today?
damn, today? Oh, yeah.
Well, I got out 6 years ago today.
Oh,
I know you
there
didn't
go.
get thrown in jail today.
So, happy anniversary of that. That was a thing.
Yes, it was. It was
Thanks,
very,
Mom.
very much a thing.
And she had the nerve to call me today and ask me to come over.
I have a weird suspicion she doesn't know the significance of the day.
It changed my life. It was just a Tuesday to her, so...
Hey, wait, it is a fucking Tuesday.
I
She
didn't know your
still
mom was
refers to me as Kay's
Tyson.
friend, which is very funny to me.
Oh, you guys are just roommates. It's
We're just
fine.
roommates.
The stage.
Just
We're
roommates,
roommates.
yeah. Just really close friends.
They were roommates.
We're making out as
Oh
friends.
my god, they were roommates. Yeah. But you gotta kiss the homies goodnight.
Obviously.
I guess.
And then get into bed
Oh.
with the homies.
Bird statue, okay. Don't need it yet, but I will.
Nudity with the homies.
Oh, sword. I need to use the sword for that one. It's better.
Nudity featuring the homies.
Yeah. Can't get nude around your homies, then who can you?
As long as I'm kissing your home.
Anyway, Cantron fight time.
Well,
But it's okay.
Well,
'cause
I
I
mean,
have this is the one. This is the seed I have double jump on already.
Oh yeah. I'll never get naked in your shower. I didn't say the rest of the house was off limits.
Immediately goes
Someone
down
who
the
has
kitchen and
probably seen
Julian
my best friend's boobs more than her boyfriend.
Who?
My best friend. I have probably seen her naked more than her boyfriend has at this point.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can tell you my best friend has her nipples pierced.
Nice.
To be fair, if you've seen him once and you didn't know that, that's kind of fucked up.
I saw them very early in our friendship, and I was like, oh, nice. But I've known her for like 10 years now, so.
I don't know piercings or tattoos or nothing, because Jesus loves me.
Jesus just wants to be friends, so I said fuck it.
Yeah, you should get a tattoo.
This is awkward. Once
and
I
a
find
piercing.
something I give a shit enough about to like put on a tattoo, I will.
Sonic.
I was gonna say something
It won't be
Sonic.
Sonic. Why would it be Sonic?
It'll
Get
be
a tattoo.
Shadow, obviously.
You're all bullying me. You're all bullying me.
Just get it. Just
I mean,
get a Sonic
my
ring, like
thing I want for my
around
first
your
tattoo
ankle.
is,
Actually, you know what? I'm
Triforce.
stealing that idea. I'm not as big of a fan of Sonic, but I'm stealing that idea.
I didn't
I'm
hear
getting a
either
Sonic-
of your mumbling, ranting, fucking things about what I should put on my body. So I'm just gonna do
Get
neither
it-
of them.
Get a Sonic ring around your ankle.
Get a terrible band logo tattoo. My thought process has always been, since I was like a young adult, the thing I
Oh,
would
thank
want
you.
is if I have a music project that actually takes off enough to where like I'm making some not like, you know, it's my whole like living maybe, but like at least it's like something I'm making consistent-ish money off of, then I'd like tattoo that to something.
Or you could just be like me and be like, hey, this tattoo place is doing a special tomorrow. Get an Animal Crossing lead.
Yeah. It's a very lovely couch.
I love my couch. I love it more when I explain it to people that don't understand what I'm talking about.
Well, there's just
This
nothing
is very
I want.
painful. Oh, finally halfway done. Ah.
Like there are a lot of things I like in this world. There are a lot of things I love in this world, but like I don't need a tattoo to like remind me unless there's like a memento situation, in which case I'm fucked anyway.
They look cool.
I don't care. I already look rad.
You don't look
give
even
a
more
shit.
rad.
I want piercings so I can pass.
Oh yeah, there you go. Do that.
We'll take you to get your ears pierced.
Oh, look at my little ears pierced.
I need to get mine pierced.
Get
Get
a
a
knife?
knife. Yeah, just tattoo a knife on yourself.
You mean
No, if
a
anyone's
tattoo,
getting
right?
that, it would be me because that's my thing.
You mean a tattoo, right, Julia?
I need to get a knife
Sure.
emote. Do you think Twitch would actually let me with their doing? Have a knife emote? I mean, they let people have gut emotes, so I don't see why they wouldn't let me have a knife emote.
As long as no fucking bigot reports it. On the other hand, you're like shadow banned across like 9/10 of the website, so.
Yeah. I haven't actually checked if that's still like the case recently because like any chat I give a fuck about, I'm modded it at this point, so it's like I literally do not know.
Did I skip the chow?
There you
I'm not trying to skip the baby.
Bite.
Skip the baby.
I made the raid phrase the other day. I raided fucking Dorothy, and I made the raid phrase. When I was a baby, I was afraid of babies. Just hearing her stoically read it out loud was really funny to me for some reason.
Oh, good thing. I guess.
When Will was a baby, you were afraid of babies. Thanks for the raid.
I like her streams. They're pretty they're like actually chill as opposed to people who pretend to be chill streamers.
Sure. People still call my streams chill, and I'm like, do you need help? Is your home safe?
You good?
Are you good, Waffle?
No, I'm trying to do a puzzle.
So you died?
Oh, we got it.
Welcome
Okay.
to die.
I see
Oh
the
wait, no,
biblification
they're a
filter
Celeste
working.
fan, so they
What?
don't. They're a Celeste fan, so that puzzles isn't dying to Waffle.
Here we go.
I'm dying enough for everybody.
Blue Switch Palace.
Yay.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking fast. Jesus Christ. I have an item that every time I get a kill, I get
Select a stage.
a movement speed like boost But I also have another item where every time I get a kill, it sends out a bunch of like homing daggers. So it just keeps chaining into like a bajillion fucking movement speed.
Being human.
Yeah. Going so fast.
Gotta go fast.
Going Sonic speed.
What's that from? What's that from?
Balan Wonderland.
I wonder what the developer of that game's up to. The producer of that game, I think, just kind of fell off the face of the planet. Very weird.
Yeah, I think they're
And that
working
was-
on Billy Hatcher too.
Oh, good. Finally.
What would you... Okay, Aiden. What would your honest reaction be if tomorrow at the Nintendo Direct, they announced Billy Hatcher 2?
I'd go, shit, I don't have a job.
Oh, okay. That's the quest complete.
We definitely need to learn how to program so that we can make a parody game called Hilly Batcher and the Yayan Jig.
Yayan Jig.
Oh my gosh.
What's Yuji Naka gonna do?
See,
Inside
what's-
trader of lawsuit into me? I think not. Yuji Naka.
Okay, so if I do this, this is gonna fuck up my tracker on stream. But I can do that. Okay.
I have a wax quail. I just thought everyone should know.
I was drinking water.
Drink that water.
Imagine being properly hydrated.
Get hydrated. Drink some wawa.
Oh,
Get the water. Get your bottle of water.
Get your wawa.
Speaking of, I should probably hydrate myself.
Wow.
I was busy with my Boston cooler.
Water. Oh shit.
You drinking?
Water. Yes.
Yes. Oh, can I glitch past this? I forgot that this was here.
Wow,
I might not be
cheater.
able to do this stage. That's
Cheater.
right. We're gonna cheat with Sonic Speed. Oh my god, wait.
I'm waiting.
You don't need Flamebrain to go through fucking White Forest 5.
Galaxy Brain the fuck out of
I'm
it.
fucking evil.
Well, aren't you a bundle of joy?
I really am every time I find a new skip. Because again, I need to pause and reiterate this to fucking chat. Chat. Most of the skips you see me do in this game, I did not look up how to do. But I can assure you, they are not what the game expects you to do.
Whoever just sent me that ukulele, you are the best.
You're welcome.
Ukulele is like one of the best items in this game. It's ridiculous that it's only an uncommon item.
Somebody posted a thing in the Archipelago Discord for ukulele to be in, and I was like, you don't need every game in the planet to be in Archipelago, right?
Oh,
Like,
ukulele, I get it.
Like you could also forget that game exists.
It was fine.
I think the people who shat on it gave it too much shit, but I also don't think it was a good game. Like, it's fucking bland as shit, but a bunch of people that said it was a masterpiece, and it was like a great fucking spiritual successor to the Banjo games, which it fucking wasn't. And then the rest of them were all like, this is fucking utter shit. And I'm like, it's really fucking not. It's just not fun to play, and I would never recommend it to anybody. But I wouldn't say it's like unplayable or like awful.
No.
There's fun parts.
Are you
feels
serious
good.
that I actually need to?
It felt just as bad as Banjo-Kazooie did to me.
That is incorrect.
I did not like Banjo-Kazooie. I also just don't like 3D platformers in general.
Ukulele feels like a fan game, which isn't a bad thing. It just feels like it was done for like a game jam in Unity. It doesn't feel like that much fucking thought was put into like the physics and mechanics of it.
They probably. Well, it was former Rare people who worked on Banjo-Kazooie, who hated what Rare did with Banjo-Kazooie, but couldn't do a proper game, so they made a spiritual successor.
Yes?
That's literally what it is, so that's why it feels... That's why it feels like it, because it literally is.
It doesn't feel like Banjo at all. Banjo-Kazooie has like really fucking tight controls, to the point sometimes jank, but at least like there was like a purpose for it. This just feels like they like didn't fucking test it enough.
Oh.
Don't fall off again. Where is fucking teleporter?
Where? Please. What?
I said up a bit and then fell into a hole.
I would rather not go through the, Oh wait, fuck. I don't have I don't have time stop, so I can't do anything there.
As it turns out, I suck at this game.
That's not true.
Like, my knowledge of Super Mario World is what I retained from when I was a kid.
That's still more than what I got.
Which is like the first few worlds and not much else. Never got very far as a kid.
I played it as like a 20-year-old and was like, wow, I fucking suck at this game, and then basically never played it again.
I'm a 33-year-old and have that same conversation, yet I continue to keep playing it.
So you're saying I'm a quitter?
Yes. Can I hint for my teleporter location? That would be nice.
No.
I know.
Okay,
But
did you
imagine.
have something?
Did I hear my name?
Yes.
What did I do?
I thought you said something.
Probably.
Okay.
Do I remember what I said? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Aye.
Wait.
Why does that emblem not colored purple?
Because it's not a progressive item.
Weird.
Yup.
Were neither of you there for the stream where Raspberry Space Jam was in my chat and explained that?
No.
I don't remember the exact reason. But
I got nothing.
Select a stage.
You got nothing?
Yeah, I just got a pop-up that said I got nothing from Super K-Rio World.
It was Master Stelphos' message, apparently.
Yeah, but like,
awesome.
How? Why is that an item? Why is that in the pool?
I don't know, Margot.
Because Link's Awakening is a fever dream, literally. What was the reasoning for fucking the emblem thing? I'm trying to remember exactly what the fuck it was. There's an actual legitimate reason for it. Basically, the main takeaway from it is if it wasn't that way, and if it worked logically the way, whichever way you think it should, it would like break the game in AP.
Weird, but okay.
No,
like, I believe it.
Work.
I mean, I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, Archipelago is black magic, so.
Sonic Adventure 2 is held together by fucking nothing. By dreams.
It's held together by nothing. That's what Waffle just got.
Yeah.
I've taken zip ties.
I've taken it out of the multi-world.
You can make a Sonic game now.
Yeah.
Taking
Only
what out
for
of
AP.
multi-world?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing. The concept of
Get
nothing.
around this fucking map.
Are they still making Midnight Gospel too? Okay.
I don't know what that is.
You don't watch Midnight? You don't know what Midnight Gospel is?
I know the concept of like
What happened?
like Midnight
Oh.
Mass.
Oh. Okay.
I didn't say Midnight Mass. I said Midnight Gospel.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Are we good for a release?
Are you done already?
Yeah.
How many Yoshi eggs
always
did you
good.
eat?
2,
Oh,
Why?
lucky.
because I randomized it from 1 to 10.
Oh, you keep playing.
Like, I can keep playing. I can
You
also
don't have to keep
do a
playing.
release.
You can release. Are you all ready to release?
I'm good for release.
Yeah.
Yes.
A 100 ring mission.
You're welcome.
Maybe I wasn't ready for release.
Wait, do I have bombs now?
Bombs?
No?
Empire
sword.
Crown.
Alright. I think I'm safe to do this without getting fucking shot. Okay, I won a Pong. Oh, and it gave me 10 rings. Fuck yes.
In hand.
In hand.
My iron orb is just insane now. Thanks for blue.
Welcome.
What else can I say but memes?
Memes?
Memes? It's the
Memes.
memes, Raiden.
Just don't let your memes be dreams.
So much attack speed. I got so many steroids. Actually, that was my first set of soldier syringes.
Doing
Whatever they
drugs
call
on
them.
Twitch.tv.
Yeah, did you mark that before you started doing that shit?
I'm not ingesting the drugs.
More for me.
Select a stage.
What have I got? Well, I guess we'll just finish the past towers. I have to be... Yeah. I can do everything, so...
Chaos, chaos.
I love Chaos Chaos. It's a good band.
Yes.
Chance to collapse enemies on hit? What? This item sounds fucking drones and shit are killing everything.
Alright, anyway, time to fight... What is it called? Chaos, yes.
I'm here to kill chaos.
You gonna go Chaos Loners?
It's the bitch.
Oh, that was easy.
Need to do another multi-world with these among people.
With the who are the Waffle?
With,
The other
like,
group of people.
Pokey and Dorothy and everybody.
The other set of cool kids.
The not me set of people.
You're a cool kid.
Okay, I do think I'm going to cut stream because I have no reason to keep streaming. I'm going to send you all to
Chaos dead.
my lovely partner, Aiden.
That's
Please be
me.
nice to her. I know where you
Wow,
live.
favoritism.
I'm so sexy.
I'm mad.
Everybody come here.
Oh my.
Ducky, I
Yes.
literally just had hint feather typed into the console.
Oh,
Damn.
Yo!
Alright,
Die,
nice,
die, die,
Aiden,
no.
love you, bye.
Bye!
5K stream.
Bye-bye.
I just hope a raid doesn't distract me when I fight this boss. What did I just fucking say?
If you mean it.
Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name's Aiden, and my pronouns are they, she.
It's true.
I'm gay.
Also true.
Did you know that because K has changed her name tentatively to K, it means that your like couple name is Caden?
I hate it.
You
But
love
I had
this
also-
someone
one.
suggest Caden
But
as my
also-
new name, and I was like, that's not gonna work.
Why
Like,
not?
I grew up
Aiden
in a
Caden.
household.
We sound like fictional twins.
For those
You
that
finish
don't
each
know,
other's sentences?
a little bit.
No.
For those that don't know, my government name is Kimberly, so I always go by Kim. My dad's name is James, and I always went by Jim. I hated growing up in that fucking house because we never knew who anyone was talking to. It was, hey Kim, what? No, I said Jim. Okay. Hey Jim, what? No, I said Kim. Okay.
Change your name to Aiden, but spell it differently.
A-I-D-E-N. Or A-I-D-Y-N.
I hate it. I hate it.
Spell the way Jeff spells it. It's like A-E-I-G-H-D-E-A-E-N.
Who's
I gotta
Jeff?
get my royal ring
Yeah,
up
that's
so I
true.
can enter here.
Change my name
One.
to GF.
2.
My name's GF.
Oh, blue tunic.
Thank you.
That'll help a little.
Blue Nick. Where's my...
The blue Nick.
I knew where... I found my teleporter, and then I wandered away, and now I don't know where my teleporter is.
Womp womp.
Ducky.
What?
Ducky, please.
Ducky! Pinches your cheeks.
I'm gonna use this one.
Don't do that.
Okay. Unpinches your cheeks.
You know what? Fuck you.
Super Cario World. Super Cario World. I refuse.
It's Kiriel.
Cario.
They pronounce it Kiriel. Oh, I'll do one hint. What do I need?
I don't even really have anything I can hint for. Oh god.
Oh, there we go.
I accidentally triggered a super boss, so this is fun.
Don't be damned.
Colors
Super boss
we-
ain't shit though.
So, I just want to point out real quick to everybody. As far as the go mode items go for Biolizard seeds, the only one I'm technically missing is Bounce Bracelet, and I know how to do Cannon Score without that. So, if I get like a lot more emblems, I'm basically go mode. But I'm gonna hint for Bounce Bracelet anyway. Unless I typed in the wrong fucking thing. There we go. It is at Sword Staphos Keys Switch Chest at the Key Cavern.
D3.
You can make the joke more than once.
I can steal other people's jokes?
Yeah.
I didn't make the joke originally.
Is it Angler Key?
Merchant Crow. Nice.
Let the merchant crow cook. See?
Can I get?
You can steal jokes.
I can't get there from here. I hate this. Ah, there we go. Huh? Open chest. Oh, right, because Kay already said, I'm done. I'm like, oh.
Oh, yep.
Oh.
The heck would mysterious woods be on this fucking map?
I have no time stop. Slime key.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I think I need hookshot for that. Okay.
Alright, time to fight Aelana. As soon as I finish... Wait, hold on. No, oh, I can get it right there. Yes. And then come right back up.
But remember, Waffle, my bounce bracelet would be very nice to have, but technically, unless there's like something else more important I need in the way for someone else, I can skip that part of Cannon Square. Or it's not a skip, technically. It's just not what they want you to do.
Yeah, so I'm not going to burn another hint point to know where my hookshot is right now.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I can get past that. I need Bounce Bracelet for other shit. It'd be very nice to have, but all I need is emblems. On paper, I need the Bounce Bracelet, but I'm fucking epic and cool, so.
Sorry.
Do I have the boss key for this? I don't.
Time for Ilana.
You're fucking enchanted by the infectious grooves of the Jeff Ball.
Oh,
What
jeez.
shoes on me?
A fucking Jeff Ball.
I don't know where my teleporter is. Very concerning.
Sucks to suck.
How's my stepdaughter doing over there? Is she she's sewing a straight pride flag or what's she doing?
She is currently under my desk.
Ooh, I got the happiest mask.
Yeah, she's screaming. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming?
Because we're talking about it.
That's screaming.
She's gonna kill me in my sleep one night.
Probably.
She's gonna wait until Kay's at work and then fucking murder me. Within the first like 2 weeks, I'm there.
How to tell if your cat is plotting to kill you?
Here we go.
It is. Just,
Don't worry about it.
Too easy for me.
just a one-page document. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Essence of Heresy.
No. It's the essence of Hershey. It's a lovely fragrant spray.
It replaced my special skill with
Bye,
a
Ilana.
thing. I don't know what it does.
The hell?
I don't know what it does. What
You
is
smell like
with
chocolate.
ruin?
Another seashell. Bum 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 bum.
Oh,
Okay,
by
where
the
the
way, I made a
actual-
gamble for it. What?
What the actual fuck is my teleporter? I'm so confused.
All right, I'm gonna.
Around.
Oh wait, is it down there? Nope.
Where is my 108 points? Because I haven't had to hint for shit yet. My security key card D is in my own damn world.
Wait.
What? Like Desolation Upper Secret Room. Oh, Secret Room. I need my Oculus ring. Okay. I actually need my Oculus ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do that. I spy
Not
shit.
according to
Frustrates me
Waffle,
too
you
much.
don't.
Are you? I need Kobo.
I
I
need
need
to
you
pick
to-
up 60.
I
I'm
need you
at
to get-
31.
Okay. Well, I am going to switch games because I need my Kobo so I can go fight Ifrit, so I can get my key card, so I can get my Oculus ring, so I can find my own key card D.
Damn.
Randomizers, everybody.
So much fun. They're so fun.
I'm about to just
Oh.
fucking eat myself off a cliff.
No, don't take your time. I have a sec-
No.
I have a
Because I
second.
can't find my fucking teleporter. I've been through this
Oh.
entire map.
Oh my god.
I'm saying I'm about to yeet myself off a cliff so I can restart my run.
Have you considered getting good?
Considered sucking my dick.
I mean-
well, I fucked that ass. Hey,
I mean, I'm pretty sure that has been a consideration.
there was a horse dick.mpeg reference. My favorite rapper.
Bomb!
Fucking finally found my teleporter.
That's
Oh my god.
Me as the scrum. Why are you yelling?
And what is a
Wow.
lunar item? What is a lunar item?
There's like a special currency in this game that gives you like special items.
Huh.
You gave me beads, by the way.
Okay. Is that good or bad?
I have no idea. It says it does nothing.
It says
think I
it's a
need-
it says it's a trap, according to the color.
Seems to do nothing, but
Oh no. Anyway, I'm gonna switch back to my inverted seed. Ah, the baby! Ah! How much stuff did I get? Got my... Well, I have both of my present and my present and past warps, so that's good at least. So but in past I can only... Well, I guess I'm gonna go to... Wait. Oh, I have my vanilla modern warp. Yep, I do. Right at the start. Cool. Another lunar item.
Oh, cool. I got an achievement for that.
Oh wait.
Double your damage but half your health. Uh-oh.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Alright, anyway. What do I have? I literally don't have anything, so... Do I have any other orbs? Yes. Oh, I have Empire! Yes! I have Empire Orb. I found my own Empire Orb. Colossal Blade and Royal Ring, yes.
There's a teleporter somewhere around here.
I guess I'm not at full power here.
There it is.
Select the stage.
Ew. Unbelievable. Cannot believe this.
I believe it.
You've done this.
I believe it.
Can't believe you've done this.
Okay. Man. Horse.
Where was my jump game? I need a new keyboard. My spacebar is dying.
Oh.
It's been dying for a while now, actually.
I don't have a way to jump up there. No, I don't.
That sucks.
Oh, I died. Oh, wait. Hold on. I forgot I have one. I had a revive.
Ooh! And I got my elevator to my non-inverted. So all I need is keycard D. And my non-inverted is pretty much ready to get everything checked. Heart piece. Heart piece, heart piece, heart piece.
You know what's really cool? Doing this really fucking long stage to the Mystic Ruins song. You know the one from Sonic Adventure DX that just fucking howls and plays bongos at you for like 5 minutes?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty good.
Sounds based and red pill.
Which I do have key cavern.
I don't think
okay.
Aiden liked that, Duckie. Good.
Everybody be mean to me.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Oh,
Be nice,
fuck,
children.
what?
No.
You heard me.
Bullying is one of my love languages. Can't take that away from me.
I can if I cast a curse on you and like fuck a witch and then the witch lets me cast a curse on you. Then what? Then what?
Okay, don't cast a curse on me, please.
Then your love language will be like baking or some shit.
Well, I mean, cooking is also a love language of mine.
Same.
You have more than one love language.
I've been doing it wrong.
Mine's memes.
And gentle acts of violence.
Mostly memes.
Mine is being an edgelord fucking bitch.
I didn't realize you loved so many people.
Fuck off! Shut the fuck up!
Wow. Oh, I have Oculus Ring. When did I get that?
Nice gram.
When did I get Oculus Ring?
Statistically, probably from K.
No, because I mean, yeah, possibly, but I didn't even notice I had it when I logged in. Oh, that's a secret thing, but that's unfortunately that's on my inverted seed, so it's not the actual Oculus Ring I needed.
Hey, I get it. There's keys in this fucking cavern there.
So I want to see
Keys in
where
the key
my...
cavern?
Yep.
Imagine.
Alright. X.
Oh
Well,
god.
obviously I'm not getting my own... Yeah, I'm not getting that regret chest. I might have to go for regret chest on this world, though. If you haven't gotten enough emblems by then.
I'll check when I get back to,
Either way, you got my modern warp beacon, which is what I needed.
Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. That was what that was. Where was it? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Huh?
Where was it?
For what now?
You hinted for something in my world, didn't you?
Yeah, but you already found it.
Oh,
With my
okay.
modern warp beacon.
Okay. Sorry, I just bop into these infectious tunes.
Fucking, there we go. Oh wait, no, that didn't help. Finally, Jesus.
Finally.
Oh, finally. Oh, I get to finally fight
Finally?
Boots.
That's on security keycard B to Luneus. I had to gamble so much money for that.
Damn. I love gambling and teaching kids to gamble.
Yeah.
It's the latest.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Take that, Boots. Another emblem.
Another emblem for me. I like giving drugs to kids if they win at gambling. According to Julia in my chat. Thanks for contributing and joining the stream.
No! Fuck
Thanks
you.
for the bounce
Fuck
bracelet.
you, little.
Now I can do everything in my power. Dismantle capitalism, etc.
Another emblem.
I don't think there's like a fascist like fucking government in the Sonic world because like if there was, Sonic could just like take all the world leaders and kill them. It's not like they could do anything about it.
True. Isn't that just the plot of Shadow the Hedgehog?
Actually, that's true. Shadow's more based than Sonic actually, if you think about it, because Shadow kills
we knew
cops
that.
a lot, and also like
can also kill the president.
Depending on which ending, yeah. And he
Yeah,
also
the
saved
good
the world
ending.
from a giant meteor. And
By my tablet, I do not.
he also
For legal reasons, that was a joke.
that was totally a joke. He
No,
also
where,
said,
where I said killing the president was the good ending.
Oh my gosh.
what was the other thing he does? Oh yeah, he no, I don't remember.
He drives
Another one.
cars and it looks really cool.
Now you know why
That's true. I don't know if that necessarily constitutes as based, perhaps.
Stage.
Driving cars is totally based.
Driving a car? Wow, kid, you're looking based as heck.
I say that as someone who does not know how to drive.
How are you gonna get a car phone if you
Whose
don't drive
fault
a
is
car?
that?
Am I gonna get a what?
How are you gonna get a car phone if you don't drive around in a car?
You know, it's a good point. I don't think about that.
250 an hour a minute as we screen encrypted play on my car phone. My car phone.
Incoming library.
Oh shit. You throwing a library at me?
1, 2, 4, 5. One of those was Kimmy's.
3 of them were fucking emblems. Sonic Adventure 2 sucks for everyone involved.
Oh, I got
None of
the
them were
poly loot.
progression.
None of them. Yeah, none of those.
Oh no, I
emblems
can't progress with my 3 identical emblems. 4 now.
No, you can progress to that last one. It's very special to you.
Oh, that's a special one, I see.
That's a special one. That one can progress.
I grabbed
I
this.
don't know. And there's a VOD I have somewhere where Raspberry Space Jam was in my Chat, while Duckie and I were talking about that, and they literally explained like the whole reason why. I just don't remember.
So on a vertical on this one. So.
I think
But yeah,
it
long
was
story
it
short,
was
it's just the
like
break.
so. Like I could be wrong, but I think it's just so that it like ensures that you'll have enough emblems that are in logic in order to be able to complete the game. Because there's more
Probably.
emblems than you need to beat, like to win. So.
No, I thought they said it was partially that, and also it would fucking like it fucks with AP specifically.
Select the stage.
I mean,
Yeah.
like Mario 64 doesn't care though. It makes all of its power stars progression.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I think it's just a Sonic Adventure 2 thing.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just every game is unique in its own hilarious way.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, apparently I also got my alchemy tools on this one.
Now you can craft your own armor when it breaks in the bowels of Eorzea or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Fucking.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna now that I have. Wait, no, I'm still waiting on. I don't feel like doing the stuff in the basement, so I'm gonna just. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going in this one.
We should do that thing that every group of 4 people.
Give us too much credit.
Like 3 sessions.
No, I'd give it to like level 8, I'd say.
Anyway, Waffle, were you gonna say something like 5 minutes ago before Duckie had a stroke?
If I did, I forgot it.
Awesome.
Should I search for my Hasakiba's hairpin just because I want to do it?
Check 120.
I mean, how many hit points do I have? I have a lot. Oh no, I only have 46.
Modern Warp Beacon already found.
It's in my own damn world.
Of course it is.
I'm actually about to get it. I shouldn't have hinted for it.
Yeah, well, hindsight. God, I am so fast. I've drunk
hold
so
on.
many
Wait,
so
hold
much
on.
coffee.
Emperor's. No, wait. Hold on. Emperor's Tower?
She's still
Which
fucking
one?
screaming in there?
She's having a hearty scrum.
What time is it?
It is 9:30.
Did you feed the baby?
I was gonna go feed the baby.
Okay. You should feed the baby.
And if she's
Actually,
not then I don't know.
One of my favorite things about playing Risk of Rain and Archipelago is just how ridiculously OP of a build you get.
Oh yeah, my Octo String. I can do this. Flippers. Oh, I got a pendulum. Sweet, perfectly timed. So I'm
Flippers are good, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Flippers?
Now, for
Yeah, the
Link's
dolphin.
Awakening. I don't have I don't have my jump.
Does anyone other than me remember Flipper the dolphin?
I've zero
His
clue
name
about your
is
fucking Sonic
Flipper.
OC.
Flipper.
No, it was a TV show, and I think it might have had a movie too, about a dolphin named Flipper. It was basically just Lassie if Lassie was a dolphin.
That sounds fucking awesome.
It was great, like in a bad like kids TV shows from the '90s kind of way.
I see.
You get so much gasoline right now. Oh,
Where's
also
Venom? It's a lot of
bazooka.
shit.
What
Venom's up a
poison?
lot of shit. Like most of Tails is fucking like a mid to. What'd you say?
Hey, 200 rupees.
Waffle? Waffle? Did you die?
What?
What'd you say?
No?
Oh,
Still here.
Ah?
My nightmare keys.
Heart piece. Heart piece. Heart piece, heart piece.
Piece of junk.
Oh, I know Mystic Melody with Eggman. With the Eggman. Oh well. I don't need that check anyway.
Select the stage.
Not worried about it.
I need to keep an eye out because the Steam Summer Sale's starting soon.
Oh no.
I need to keep an eye out for if Sonic Adventure 2 goes on sale.
Yeah, Duckie does like talk to me and DM me a few times about like, oh, you can teach me. I'm like, there's really like I can be there with you and you can play it in AP, but there's nothing like to teach really other than like skips, which like I wouldn't want to teach you on your first run anyway.
Randomizer.
It's good for that. Counter me.
I have a 0.5% chance to kill non-boss enemies now. Instantly kill them. Tentabobble.
Chintabobble. Wants to play Digimon Overlander 2 with me when I get Parsec to work.
Which one? What?
Digimon Normal Arena 2?
Oh, fuck no.
The best
I'd
game?
do it.
That fuck no was a very funny joke.
The ultimate
Your
life.
adventure ends here.
Digimon Normal Arena 2 is fun. Everybody's like,
You're
no,
fun.
Aiden, you're a dumb little bitch
Select the stage.
for liking that game and wanting us to play it, you stupid fucking whore. And then guess what? When we all sit in a room together and play it, everyone plays it for like fucking hours because they fucking love it.
My freaking both.
I mean, both
modes are floated. What the fuck?
I say all of those things to you, but that has nothing to do with your love for Digimon Rumble Arena.
Do people come up to you and say, what the fuck, Duckie? Why are you friends with Aiden? That bitch fucking sucks. I'm sick of Aiden. And then you go, okay. And then you sit down with Aiden and everybody's like, oh, actually Aiden's kind of fun, but I'm never gonna admit it. Is that what you're
Yeah,
trying to
something
say?
like that.
That's fucked up. Yeah, it's fucked up. Oh, I don't like Dash. I don't like Dash with Blaze.
Save it.
Oh, save it. What do I
Also, I
feel
was
about the
wrong.
old-timey phrase, oh, sit on it?
I like sitting on things.
Okay. That's a feeling you can have about that phrase. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Also,
What
no,
I do.
I just realized
I
my
sit on you.
succubus hairpin is not in my current seed. It's in the future seed.
That would be a
It's in the
situation where you
future.
tell the seat to sit on it. Waffle, what do you think about sit on it?
I don't use it, but it's fine, and I understand what you mean.
Yeah. Say it's universal enough, even though people haven't really regularly used it since like the fucking 70s. Makes me think of the Fawns. Did the Fawns always say that? That seems like a thing the Fawns would say. He was pretty fucking rad, wasn't he? Okay, what do you think about the phrase "sit on it"?
Giggity?
Don't be horny. Don't be horny. Please. How many times do they
I
say?
said basically the same thing.
How many times do they say "sit on a"? I love Blanche.
You know, Blanche definitely says eat dirt and die trash.
I love Blanche.
What's the other one?
Oh, I've hit the point where the difficulty is just the final boss laughing at me constantly.
That's pretty cool. Okay, tell me what the other Golden Girls thing you were gonna say.
There's one scene where they're like cleaning up after a party, and Blanche is like, you know what I hate the most about the end of a party? And Rose, just without skipping a beat, is like, trying to find your underwear in the big pile.
Wow, everybody fucking dishes on Blanche.
Yep.
She knows what she did.
Yeah.
Be based as hell.
All right.
Anyway.
Or there's one where Blanche is like, "But be honest with me, what did you think when we first met?" And Rose is like, "I thought you were a slut and wore too much makeup."
Is a little effort.
And Blanche just gives her a dirty look. She's like, "I don't think you wear too much makeup."
I hate that there's like a fucking that the studio audience laughed at like one scene that is kind of a spoiler for one of the episodes really early in of like Rose's origin story. It's like a big important episode for Rose, and she does like one thing that's actually dramatic, and the crowd starts fucking busting out laughing.
Probably because it was not a real crowd.
Did they stage out the laughter and fucking
In like 95% of sitcoms?
Yep.
not the older ones?
No.
A lot of the older ones were actual studio audience.
Right, but they're told when to laugh.
Why'd they tell them to laugh in that part? It's not funny.
Because edgy humor.
Yeah, edgy humor's not a new concept.
Like, it literally wasn't a joke. It's not that it wasn't funny, it's that it wasn't a joke.
Can't complain.
Okay, do you know what I'm fucking talking about?
No.
I didn't ask you.
Oh. Look. Oh, right.
Is it the episode where she goes on a cruise?
Yes.
Yeah, and they talks about like her origin story with her husband.
Yeah.
One more check in this
like
world. Yeah.
It's like the craziest fucking part of that like episode, and the audience is like, ha 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 ha. I'm like, whose idea is this? Why?
I'd really go for iron orb, but I don't have it. What about gun?
Always gun.
Let me try gun.
When in doubt, gun.
Gun!
Good.
When in doubt, gun it out.
Porygon's working on Donkey Kong 64 in some capacity. It's probably gonna take fucking forever, but
Oh, there we go.
Not good for them.
on it. I will definitely run. If it comes to AP legit, like not beta, like if it comes to AP legit, I will run it.
What game?
Donkey Kong 64.
Same.
I hate just the concept of that.
You don't have Donkey?
This game has a single arrow as well.
Good.
Hate that.
Life lesson.
It's a lesson.
I know, it's not.
Okay.
Well, okay, I can do some. I've got light wall. Well, I was gonna. This was the last check I was gonna do, and what do I get? I get fire orb and light wall. That means the entirety of the castle is open to me now. As are more checks in the past.
That one.
Warp shard. Wait, did I get warp shards? Yes, so there.
Stone Beak Key Cavern.
Why do I do this?
Well, I guess I have to go fight Cantorin now, because that's so I can burn down everything in the past. Anything in mind?
Man, what are you doing?
She being a fucking stink.
I'm almost there. I'm at 53 checks.
Okay, no, it's fine. I'm not rushing
Hey.
you. I'm just doing a double check on everything.
Duckie, hurry the fuck
Yeah,
up.
I need because I need secret room. To get secret room, I need Oculus ring. In Oculus ring, I need to beat Ifrit. To beat Ifrit, I need Kobo. Yep. Yeah, that's. I'm still gonna stick with Siano.
I killed one of the spring robots.
Anyway.
I didn't think you fucking basically could, but I guess
Hey,
that was naive of me.
Hey, you know what I don't have any of in either seed? Take a guess. Take a big wild guess what I don't have anything of in either
The
seed.
itemized ingredients to make a pipe bomb on Twitch.tv.
Oh, pipe bomb! What happens if I... Whoop! You are welcome.
Was I correct?
I have 0 Timespinner pieces on either seed.
Oh, you don't need those to make a pipe bomb.
I mean,
should
theoretically.
we try to convince? Should we try to convince Bodhi to add a pipe bomb orb into
No.
Timespinner 2?
No, please do not.
No.
No. What I'm saying is, in theory, she could use the Timespinner to go into the future and learn how to make a pipe bomb.
I think
Yeah,
they
you
have
can
the
do that.
technology in the present area. To
Oh,
make
yeah, that's true.
pipe
That's true.
bombs.
That's true.
She could have bombed everything. She didn't. She's a fucking idiot. What a dumbass.
Oh boy. I'm doing my async checks in the EV spot in my red game is a Pidgey.
Hell yeah.
Then I'm
go.
using Pipe Bomb.
I mean, who? What?
Pipe Bomb.
It's the inverse of that one cape you have that just spawns constant Articuno.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Aye.
Oh,
Oh,
my
Super
soul
Monkey Ball.
scanner. Okay.
Did you all know I like Super Monkey Ball? The game?
I had no idea.
Super Monkey Ball RPG.
They kind of made that. Kind of.
I know.
Not really.
I know
but
that.
Kind of.
Hey, look, a time spinner wheel.
There's one.
A wheel! Finally.
I know that in one of the Super Monkey Ball games, they put Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza in it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
God.
the new one where they just add a bunch of fucking weird shit. No, there's a game called Super Monkey Ball Adventure, and it apparently is really fucking bad.
Time for cantering with no vertical.
Oh boy.
I hate that.
It's okay. I actually do know how to beat it.
That's all I could say was oh. I'm basically just getting hit by random shit that I normally don't get hit by. I'm getting frustrated at it. I have the fucking the RB man saying he sucks at Super Mario 64 syndrome where like
he is objectively not bad at the game.
Yeah, it's
and
like
yet
more than half the people watching can't do half the shit that he does, but it's like that was fucking garbage. That was shit. I will feel bad for 3 years because of that one mistake I made.
That's just welcome to speedrunning. Like
so Blood Orb is very good against him.
Yes. But yeah, like one of the biggest memes in speedrunning is that someone will get world record and be like, this run was shit. It's like, no, it is objectively the best run that has ever been done in the game.
Yeah, but they fucked up that one frame perfect jump, so it was basically trash.
Alright, I can't go down that way because water. I don't have my water mask.
Remember to drink water, chat, unless it's salt water.
I've been playing this particular run for 69 minutes.
Nice.
That's so funny.
The funny.
Remember Family Guy? They should do more 69 jokes in Family Guy.
True.
That would make it so epic and funny.
Yeah. Make it based and red pill.
I hope they put James Woods in every episode.
I hope they use the same method to get rid of James Woods in every single episode too.
No, he just stays there.
No, but look, he's in every episode, but at the end of every episode, they trick him into a box with candy.
Another seashell.
I do say ooh piece of candy like a lot in just everyday life.
Ooh piece of candy.
All right.
I'm gonna jump out of the call.
Okay. Bye. Love you.
Bye. Yes, Julie, they are all talking about Family Guy again.
That was so.
To be
It's
fair,
a good
I brought it up
bit
to dunk
from
on
Family
it.
Guy. Yeah.
It's really not. But okay. I'll let
What,
you have
ooh
this
piece
one.
of candy?
I just hate shows that aren't funny.
He hates me most of all.
What did you just say in French?
There's Kobo, by the way.
Iron. Oh, there's Iron Orb. A little
Like
late
Kobo.
now. You found a Kobo? Yeah. Thank you.
Bit from
Thank
Family
you,
Guy is a
Duckie.
good bit from South. Is like a good bit from South Park. There's still an infuriating amount of people that I'm kind of sort of friends with, or maybe actually friends with, that don't hate South Park, and it really fucking. Oh no, it grinds my gears. Oh no!
Hey, look! A good
Oh!
bit from Family Guy!
Oh god!
Congrats,
Lord.
Aiden. Congratulations, Aiden. You played yourself.
I'm a Family Guy fan. They've converted me. I fucking hated Family Guy at the beginning of this stream. Now I'm ordering a fucking, you know what really grinds my gears t-shirt off of Wish.
Oh gosh, off of Wish? I'm sorry.
It's where Brian says, you know what really grinds my gears. And also there's something that looks like Arabic, I think, underneath. I don't know what it says. Where the gosh dang hecky.
Where you heckin' freak?
Where the gosh dang frickin' gosh.
Speaking of good Family Guy bits,
Hi, Bird.
Clip is also a really good one.
Giant
No,
bird
okay,
is
what'd you
dead.
say?
I get to go back to playing Pokemons.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Duckie, tell me your bad Family Guy joke.
The whole Cool Whip joke.
It's that I hate that fucking bit. It's not funny, and it was made less funny because everyone and their fucking mother referenced it for fucking like 5 years. And you know how many times it was funny? You know who thought it was really funny? My abusive uncle.
Ooh. Alright, so I can
But yeah,
do
you're right.
stuff.
It's a really good bit.
Yeah.
Except
Aiden,
no, you're
don't be
wrong.
cruel.
What?
Don't be cruel.
Am I being cruel? I'm shitting on Family Guy.
Yeah. Still
Pretty
not
sure
any
Family Guy has
good levels
earned
overall.
me shitting on it. Grab the turtle to take you there. You may find it. Might have a romance scene with the turtle?
Grab your turtle.
Do this already?
What the fuck?
Only
does
if you mean
that-
it.
Never mind. Don't explain that.
Eye Orb.
Smile and let it happen.
Gio's best friend.
It makes you not die when you die.
People die
Did you
when
say
they're
Dio?
Yeah.
Dio?
Gio!
Ronnie James Dio.
From JoJo's.
Hey, look, I died. I mean, that's who he was named after.
That's literally true, isn't it?
Yeah. Because
I wasn't
like
100%
every
sure
character,
if it was like a triple entendre or not.
every character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is named after some sort of like rock or metal thing,
Select a stage.
or in more recent ones like hip hop.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Oh
Sick.
jeez.
Nasty.
Okay.
Okay.
Mwah.
Like, alright.
If you say so, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's okay, alright.
No, Divine Refresh, really. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow?
Elias5891. Did you also get one?
Yep. Alright, that's a bot.
Possibly, yeah.
I didn't get anything.
Unless they say something right now. I didn't get one either. Yeah.
Let's say something right
Unless my
now. I
alerts
have a great
email.
investment opportunity for big follows.
Not a bot, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't necessarily think it's a bot.
Just watching both
Just-
your streams.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't bite.
What color am I thinking of right now?
We do frequently
Lavender.
quote tweet each other, so it's easy enough to find one from the other.
I'm not on Twitter.
Find two others.
I'm immune to bots.
Not you, me and Waffle.
Not you.
Not you, Aiden. You
Twitterless.
you silly.
You Twitterless.
You don't know what
fucking
you're
freak.
talking about.
I know. I guess I don't.
That's out of logic. Okay.
Another emblem.
That means you can't use it legally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cheating. We don't do that kind of thing here.
Yeah.
Ignore the fact of me earlier cackling loudly at the fact that I walked by a bunch of metal barrels. Sorry, crates.
Oh. Sealed caves.
Da, 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 da.
And my one check, and it's 20 rupees.
Oh boy.
That's literally right there. I'm not going to use a warp shard for it. It's right there. Oh,
Like, oh girl, am I right? Multi-girls 7, chat, multi-girls 7.
wait, no.
7 of them.
You know, if we go back in time, we could probably find more multi-worlds we've done that are retroactively multi-girl.
Should I
right now.
change them?
No.
That's a lot of fucking,
No,
like, effort.
no, do not.
I think you should do it because it'd be funny.
It would make the VODs more confusing, but that's not unfunny.
Fair.
Multigirls 2.8.
Final mix.
Final
mix.
remix. Yeah.
Final
I hate
mix.
that we all made that joke.
Chat, Kingdom Hearts. I was gonna make Fragmentary Passage joke, but then I made Final Mix because I knew only like fucking 3 people would know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I mean, I recognized as soon as y'all said final mix, I'm like, oh, fucking Kingdom Hearts.
No, I meant Fragmentary Passage. Like no, like nobody would have
Also a
fucking
Kingdom
known.
Hearts joke. That was the Aqua like prequel, right? For 3?
Yes. Hot take. Give me this real quick. I walk up to my little pedestal. Chat, listen to me. I don't do this often. I'm gonna go in a little soapbox during a multi-world. You ready?
Yeah, never
Ask
happened
me what my
before.
favorite Kingdom Hearts game is. It's technically 2 because I have mental issues. You want to know what the best Kingdom Hearts game is?
Hold on. How is 2
I'm
being
at
your
the
favorite
podium,
mental
Duckie.
issues?
Duckie,
Yeah,
stop
but no,
grabbing at my
but no,
leg.
Duckie,
no,
let them speak.
How is no? I need to. How is the generally considered the best Kingdom Hearts game being your favorite? You having mental issues?
Duckie,
Didn't
what
say
does,
they were
what does this box
correlated.
say? What does this box say? Does it say Duckie soapbox?
I don't care about the box. Anarchy.
Don't throw that in my box. I'm standing on that. I need that.
All
I need that for balance. Please. Look,
Get
I
tip
bought this
over
mic for
yourself.
$7 on
That was
eBay.
so.
Please. Okay.
Select a stage.
All right.
Fragmentary Passage. It's the best Kingdom Hearts game. It's in the 3 engine, so it's updated. It's one of the least fucked up ones. Follow me, chat?
Bars on the floor.
But that's what I'm saying. And also, you want to know one of the best parts? If you fuck around, the game lasts 4 hours. The game is designed to last like 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Because it wasn't really
and
a game. It was more of a like. It was
Duckie,
a
stop
demo.
pulling the mic away from me. I'm trying to go in my soapbox. Please.
We should stop standing on the soapbox and use it.
You keep kicking it away from me.
Oh, you stinky.
That's irrelevant. It's hot in my room, okay?
No, we had a homonym.
Chat, listen.
Yeah.
Also, Kingdom Hearts plots, batshit. But most of the fucking themes in it don't land because it's just fucking nonsense. Part of it's the point is that it's nonsense. The rest of it is just nonsense. But here's the thing with Fragmentary Passage. It's a major fucking, like, depression metaphor. And I don't know if no problem, Elias. Now you can see how annoying I am, too.
I'm there too.
Woohoo! Yes, of course.
Also, Happy
And
Tuesday, we're setting off fireworks.
some more medicine. Oh yes, fuck America.
America.
That's what the fireworks. Like, y'all doing fireworks on a Tuesday too? It's like, yeah, because I fucking hate this country.
I'm surprised I haven't heard any today yet.
Show your patriotism for your country by blowing up a part of it.
Right?
This is our
Yeah,
land.
320.
Blows up the ozone layer.
Oof.
Like, I was just driving home from work and there was just like a giant fireworks tent just in the parking lot of a fucking Dollar General.
A
Which is
what
the
tent?
most Midwestern thing I've ever seen in my life.
Was it?
It was a giant fireworks tent in the parking lot of a Dollar
Oh.
General.
Okay, good.
I mean,
that
where
is
else can I put it?
I know
It's a
that's
Tuesday in
in
America.
market. Oh.
I'm gonna die.
Oh, I already put it in this one.
Like, you
There's
could put
so
it in
much
the parking lot of a Dollar
bullshit
Tree.
happening on my screen right now because I am 82 minutes into a fucking Risk of Rain run.
That's
I can't believe don't do
insane.
that.
I've been looping the run because otherwise I could just go beat the boss and just be like, okay, I'm done. But that's no fun.
Oh, yeah. Okay, what were you gonna say?
They could put it in like the parking lot of a Dollar Tree, but like, this is a nice neighborhood, so they put it in the Dollar General. We're fancy.
They know their audience or whatever.
Yeah, basically.
You know the fireworks tent where it's like buy one get 38 free.
Yep.
Uh,
I do live in a
guess.
state. I do live in a state where it's legal to sell fireworks. So yes.
Yeah, this is a fairly recent development where I live. Like, I'd say within the last. It was shortly before Rick Snyder left office, so like 8 to 10 years ago, I think.
That's my last fucking my last fucking notion as a mayor. Suck on this shit, fireworks.
I mean, he poisoned an entire city, so like.
So Republicans still love him because because that shit happened and they made excuses for him and
Because poisoning the minorities.
then fireworks. That's also true. That's the other fucked up thing about it.
Oh, was he the one who did who was in power when Flint happened?
Yeah. That's the dude.
That's the dude.
Oh, that
That's the
fucker.
one.
That's
Princess dress.
Have an uncommon have an uncommon item.
I got a poly loot.
Happy Pride, everybody.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like a polycule except more musical. So just like every polycule.
It's a
there's at least-
polycule choir.
There's at least one musician in every polycule. Prove me wrong.
Yep. And in mine, it's me.
Probably technically me and mine. Even though I don't really do music stuff anymore.
I'm
You're
definitely the
still a
music.
musician at heart.
Yeah.
Well, if you do one person
I'll-
is interested, much less multiple.
Huh?
You heard me.
No, I didn't.
You're talking about polycules. I said it's bold of you to assume that one person is interested in me, much less several.
I mean,
You get hits on Tinder.
I've been banned from Tinder for like 2 years.
Not Tinder. What's the? I don't fucking go on
Bumble?
dating apps. The Bumble.
Some dude threatened to show up at my job and rape me on Bumble, so we don't use Bumble anymore either.
That's also
Yeah.
true. That happened.
That was what didn't happen.
I just find all
Yeah.
my girlfriends on League of Legends.
Oh man, I remember that. I remember that saga. That was, yeah,
It's fun.
totally
Do you remember when I
fun.
found my girlfriend on League of Legends?
Do you still have that PowerPoint, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Duckie, where'd you find your girlfriends on League of Legends or something?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's where I found Faye.
No, I know. We aren't kidding, by the way. Kate
We are
did
having
make up a
two different
spreadsheet about this whole thing.
I know, because if somebody jokes about that shit on my stream, I always go, please, for the love of God, don't joke or use the R word on my stream. Then people do it every 1 to 3 months anyway.
I lasted 90 minutes in that run, and then I just got one shot by everything.
Select a stage.
I hate that.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a different character now.
Okay.
Play the bandit.
All right. I'm playing as Blaze the
Oh,
Cat
right.
because I can do that in this game.
I got so many items that I just start with.
Hey Google, can you just like not show my government name to everybody? That'd be kind of cool.
Are you still streaming? What are you talking about?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Julia, it's going. I don't know this game and how to get around the map at all, so I'm struggling.
I was literally thinking about like 5 minutes ago being like, hey, Waffle, are you going fucking insane?
Be nice.
Don't have hookshot.
It'd be nice. It was a joke about Duckie and I screaming at each other for 10 minutes, and then Waffle's just over there like, I'm playing Zelda.
Zildorps.
Okay, how the fuck do I get there?
Those Zildorps.
You don't.
All it takes is a little effort.
You don't.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Anytime.
You cease.
Don't you love streaming with
CC and
us?
Dork assist.
Yeah, right?
I'm going pee. I'm not worried about it no more. Okay.
Have fun peeing. Go piss, girl.
10 minutes of constant peeing.
Was that your next YouTube video?
I hate it.
That was really funny, but they left already. I'm hilarious.
What is I guess?
Can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I love that person.
Why?
I thought I turned that off. What'd you try to put?
The link to my PowerPoint about the dude from Bumble.
Oh, just DM it to me.
For anyone
Yeah,
that's
just-
interested.
I don't think I've actually seen it.
We'll see if your chat will let me post a link.
What
It
is that? I don't know what that.
There you go, have fun.
Yeah, just DM it to me.
In case you're wondering why I switched teams, there you go.
Girls are based.
Alright, so my own vertical is light wall, and I'm going to fight Ilana. But it's okay because she's just weak to the same blood orb as Cantorin was.
I just don't know how to get to this check where my hookshot is.
I think on starting my new character, it gave me a build that just plays itself.
Nice.
Okay, I found it on the tracker. It's not in logic yet. I don't know what I need to get.
That's not the cast I wanted.
Wait, what?
Oh, nice. Ah, there's a gear.
Okay, hookshot's not required. Because hookshot is locked by hookshot.
That's okay.
I guess that's a thing that's happening.
What?
Yep.
What is?
Marvel.
So you hinted for hookshot and
And hookshot was where hookshot is, so
Well, no, hookshot requires hookshot to get to.
That makes more sense.
Yes.
Julia in my Randomrings Channel chat says, "Hi, welcome to Aiden Iona's Randomrings Channel stream. I'm sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. If you'd like to leave your name, number, social security number, credit card number, and the 3 little numbers on the back that make the credit card number work, I would really appreciate it. You can just put it in chat at any time."
Seattle is BK'd. Okay.
I thought you said Seattle.
Yeah, me too.
Seattle. No,
Dude,
Seattle is now only a Burger King. That's it.
No.
Seattle has been taken over by Burger King. You are all part of the burger monarchy now.
Where are we gonna get people that are trying to resuscitate grunge now? Are people doing that in Seattle? Any Seattleans confirm?
Anyway, I can totally do a shit ton of stuff in Lunai now. Because I have my wheel and gear 2. I still don't have keycard D, but I do have keycard A. I do have keycard A and light wall, so I have a vertical.
If anyone wants the PowerPoint about the Psycho Dude from Bumble, it's in Virtue's chat.
Yeah. Let me go do those. I might as well do... I don't want to do it, but... Ooh, thank you! That will help. That's fire. Oh, that's my fire. Well, I know what I'm going to do first. First, I'm going to go to the past.
Okay, this is a really interesting item that I have.
What is it? Tell me about it.
It's called egocentrism. It makes like a bunch of like tracking bombs and stuff. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, I can't see who it is right now.
Wait a minute, is that a fucking
I'm assuming
bot?
it's Elias.
Oh my god, the same person.
Yeah. But it makes a bunch of like...
Welcome in, thank you. Anyway, go on.
It makes a bunch of like orbiting bombs that do a shit ton of damage and like shoot out and like track people. But every minute it absorbs one of my other items to create another bomb.
Oh. Okay, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, so I currently have... I can't see how many egocentrics. Oh, I currently have 9 of them.
Wait. Oh, because I already did everything down there. I didn't just go that way.
I just dash paneled into a solid surface and did not go up the rail. I just thought I'd let you all know that, my friends.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't think it could be done, but you know, Sonic Adventure 2 is full of miracles.
Anything is possible.
And glitches.
Anything is possible in a poorly ported Sega Dreamcast game on Steam. The Panzer Dragoon remake is actually a bit more of an anomaly because it's not a port. It's a remake. It was just made by like some fucking like team of people who really wanted to remake Panzer Dragoon. But like it's an official Sega title.
How many more emblems?
So is it like a little glitchy? Huh?
How many more emblems do you need?
Remember how it works, but I don't. So. Absolutely not. And no one else runs it but Sat, so. Or, well, Sat no one, I guess.
Soon I will join the ranks.
You can learn all the silly little fucking skips I do and feel the power of it and why I cackle so much when I find new skips and shit. Oh fuck, you could just take that!
You take this!
was gonna say that's
Take
that's my another one of my fighting game things when you like activate my ultra combo and I'm like, oh fuck, you can just take that.
Another emblem.
Most of my fucking fighting game noises will just be shitty quips like that. I'll be the most annoying fucking character on the fighting game history.
No! Egocentrism just took my ukulele away from me.
That's one of Duckie's death sounds.
No, my ukulele!
No,
my polylute.
Oh! Me impersonating Blaze dying is gonna be one of mine.
Oh right, no orchestring yet. Fuck.
A 5-minute dry unmixed file of me singing a hymn will be another one of my dying sounds. And the next round doesn't end until I'm done.
God.
Actually, that's not true. I'll just let it run. So the fight will still go and the background music will still be there, but you'll still just hear the mumbling of me being like, lost.
Okay, so apparently egocentrism builds just play themselves.
Sorry. I missed one? Oh, is it counting the it's counting the extra thing from beating the Maw. Wait, can I beat the Maw?
Wait, how do I get
to the Maw? How do you get what?
Oh yeah, I can beat the Maw. Okay. Do I beat the Maw? I do have the gas mask so I can do it, but
Are there logic settings for this game? Or did I put them on the wrong setting?
That would explain a few things.
yeah, so I'm gonna go fight the Maw in underwater. Yeah.
That's gotta
Logic
smell
normal.
terrible. You did set it to normal?
Oh,
Good.
Maw in water is not terrible.
I said it smells bad. Do you like the smell of a weird fucking alien meat corpse that shoots magic at you under the water?
Select a stage.
Don't think shame me.
Yeah, right?
Guess I'm alone on this one.
Record showed me what I needed, because
Flashes back to that time you got the bounce bracelet.
Well done. Well, Maw is done.
And the Maw was done.
So now I can go back to the future and that one, but I'm not going to because I'm going to do the rest of the tower that I can now access with the light wall.
I missed my fire.
But you missed what? Markiplier?
I miss like life.
Tails?
Yeah.
Only when I stream Sonic games where you're not allowed to make Reton fandom jokes unless I think they're funny and make them.
Well, too bad I'm gonna do them anyways.
I'll ban you.
Do it. You threaten to ban me literally every stream.
Sometimes when I'm not even the one streaming.
I know. I think you've threatened to ban me during my stream.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, probably. Magic powder, finally. Damn.
I've already been sent one, and I already got one out of logic.
Oh.
So.
Well, now you can legally use your magic.
Oh my gosh.
There's a chest
Alright,
here that costs
where is
$100
my
money.
thing? I
I'm
still don't have my
intrigued by it.
Oculus ring here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm waiting on. No, I can do that. I just gotta actually go grab it.
And I currently have 15 egocentrisms.
I don't have to watch what you fuckers are doing. Kidding me?
I kind of wish I was playing engineer right now, because then I could just literally let the game play it for me, play itself for me. It already is. Huh?
Playing Team Fortress 2?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's definitely what I said.
Can you die? Thank you.
Where the fuck are all the enemies? I need money.
Chaos, 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 chaos. Where's... There it is.
Somebody should go and kill Chaos. I'm sick of that bitch.
But chaos, I can do anything.
Shit. I glitched into a floor.
Whoops.
It should shunt you out.
Well, the problem is I glitched into the floor as I was climbing up into up into the area above there.
Wait, no, I need this nightmare key. Fuck
The
this
struggle
game.
juggle.
This game sucks. Zelda's shit. Select the stage.
I'm not gonna
You're being sarcastic, but I'm being serious. I'm so sick of these games.
I want to talk more about that when I come back.
No, I have the nightmare
Hi,
key for this.
Faye.
Okay, good. Like the one nightmare key I have. Okay, good.
I have a really silly build going right now. I don't have to do anything except for find enemies.
No thoughts.
Yeah. I am very quiet. Maybe because I'm not next to my microphone, that might help. Realized I was gonna get an egocentrism to start with. If I had known that, I would have started with an engineer, because I'm pretty sure that the turrets also get egocentrism.
Did your partner just come to your chat and call you God?
Yes.
You two okay?
Yeah.
Just a thing. Don't worry about it.
No shame, I
I'll
guess.
call you worse.
This is
true?
Bandit, yeah.
What? Oh.
I picked them at
Video
random,
games.
but then like they gave me a build where I never have to do anything because egocentrism is fucking OP.
let's talk about
19
how much Sonic sucks.
egocentrism. I thought we were talking about how much Link's Awakening sucks.
Or sorry, Zelda. I confused my my
You're all
game franchises
puzzled.
together. I hate Zelda because you can never play as a girl.
Hyrule Warriors.
Don't even.
Well, no, but Linkle's
I
fucking
know you can
story,
play as Linkle.
and it's hilarious.
Really? All that just so I could do that.
No, it's fine. You gave me another egocentrism card.
That's funny.
Well, no, you gave me a soldier's syringe, but it will eventually become an egocentrism.
Anyway, I'm gonna go take out Ifrit because fuck everything.
Nate is a boomer. Listen, I hate Family Guy, I hate Zelda. Sometimes I hate Sonic, so I can't tell the difference between the two different things. I think about the war a lot.
He hates me the most.
What?
That's not true.
You say she hate? You just say? What did you say?
You heard me.
I didn't.
Being self-deprecating.
Please stop. Stop it.
No.
Hey, stop making fun of my friend.
No.
You have to
All
fight
right.
now.
I will not be silenced.
How are you doing, Faye?
Link is intentionally designed to be able to be read as either femme or mask. They should also fix the pronouns then in the fucking new games. Otherwise, that's not a real argument. Listen,
Well, no,
I'm low
it's-
on caffeine today.
Understandable.
You just
I'm not
said
saying I'm being
he's-
more of a bitch because I'm low on caffeine. I'm saying that I'm less filtered. I'm giving
You gotta
less of
filter
a
your
fuck.
caffeine.
21 egocentrism.
21.
I knew where my teleporter was, and then I lost where my teleporter was.
He's literally the ultimate femboy. Well, then that's not open to interpretation for the player, then, is it? That's just a femboy character.
Remember when the first trailer for Breath of the Wild came out, and Link was such a twink that they had to like assure everyone that he was a guy.
And
Yeah,
there
I
it
remember
is, Oculus Ring.
And there it is, twinks in video games.
Now where did I need to find my thing again?
Kingdom Hearts used some of those.
It's not there. Is it in the past?
I want to play Kingdom Hearts 2 in AP, but it requires me buying something from Epic Games
No, it's
Store.
there. There it is. I found it.
Yup. That is the only reason I don't run it.
What does it require?
Can't complain.
Epic Games
Ping.
Store.
Select a stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Epic made the PC port, like, they had some weird exclusivity contact with, like, Kingdom Hearts shit. I don't understand it myself, but that's the deal, so.
Epic be making them deals, and we don't like them deals.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Am I go mode?
I don't know.
I think
Are
that was
you?
the last thing I needed to do. I'm go mode now.
You have enough emblems?
Oh, I got enough emblems. Oh, I got them.
Good.
I think I just found like my own emblem, or somebody found one at the same time and beat that stage or something, and it was literally the last one I needed to get the cannon score. All right, Tails. I was have to teach you. So I fucking
How to be number one?
how to be real furries.
Is it here? No.
23 egocentrisms.
In a row?
Yeah, listen
Oh
closely.
shit. Holy sh. I found 2 more for you. Just say
Thanks. Thanks, Virtue.
yeah. No, no problem.
Egocentrism is a silly item.
Now I just
Here's
gotta
the
find all the
item.
rest of my items.
Don't know what
I
it
am,
is.
it's true. I have 0 thoughts. That's how
Yeah,
silly I
no
am.
Hang
thoughts,
with me.
only Uwu.
I
hang with
want
me.
to. Alright, give me $100 so I can get on a bus.
You can talk about how much you love being feral and silly and homophobic.
Wow, hey.
What? What?
Whoa, whoa,
what?
whoa.
What are we talking about here? What was going on?
I draw the line at being silly.
Mia hit me. I'm so salty about it.
So,
my cat's
love
good.
language.
My cat is transphobic.
That is not Mia's love language.
Mia's love language is hate.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's. Damn. I've got everything. I'm just. Well, now I gotta actually play the fucking game.
Oh, fuck!
Wait,
I hate it when they.
I got really
actually do that.
excited. I got really excited about the missile launcher, but it doesn't matter because I'm A, not shooting anything, and B, it's just gonna get assimilated by egocentrism. So
That's a big womp womp moment. I won't lie about it.
yeah. Wow, wait, are we streaming with Shy Lily right now? Seashell
Yeah.
to Waffle Link.
Faye was onto something. I think I feel like a boomer.
You are.
You're all making me feel older.
You damn kids in your rock and roll music.
Which is really fucked
No,
up.
boomers like rock and roll music. Boomers like rock and roll music, but only from the 70s.
And some from the 80s.
Yeah, Detroit has a boomer rock station and just what they call a classic rock station.
Starbuck, I am.
But it plays like the quote-unquote classic rock station plays stuff from like when I was in high school now, and I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it a whole bunch. But then there's like the boomer rock station that's all like Zeppelin and AC/DC and shit.
Right.
You love AC/DC.
The more problematic the band, the more that boomers like it.
That's
They
more
also
or less
play a lot
true.
of Rush.
Rush is,
sorry?
Rush is
Like
fine.
a lot of Rush.
Yeah.
Rush is good.
Rush is... I don't want to go as far as to say... Bear with me, chat. Based. But they're, you know, they try. Kind of. They're not as
That was
kinda
massively
my
fucking
intention.
racist as Axl Rose
To be
is.
fair, they're also Canadian, so that kind of helps.
Does it?
Because
I'm
it's
gonna
not
be-
global.
Kind of helps. I didn't say it's the end-all be-all.
Okay, what are we trying to say? We were talking about Canadians being not racist or something.
So, me not particularly caring for Rush was like a big sticking point with my ex for some fucking reason.
Oh, nice.
Like, I'm okay with Rush. Like, I have no qualms, but I'm not like fucking obsessed with them, and that was apparently an issue.
I wish his sticking point was being a better person and not being a fucking asshole.
Right?
I'm going to be in a location that Rush made a song about in 2 days.
Oh,
Like-
which one?
The
You going to
Toronto,
Tom
Toronto
Sawyerville?
airport?
No, I'm going to
Toronto airport?
YYZ.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry, YYZ.
Damn it, shit. Fuck, I look like an idiot now.
By the way, X, if you're in anybody's chat, fuck you. I'm gonna beat you to death with a blunt object.
Hey.
Don't say that sort of
whoa.
things to the people I banned from my chat.
Right.
I'm sorry, but me saying I want to beat him to death with a blunt object is probably the nicest thing I've said about him in the past 4 years.
Yeah. You can say it because it's earned. I can't say it online because then it's just a fucking violent threat. Off stream, however.
All right, so I got 80 checks in before I got bored and decided to go fight the final boss.
Sick. Good for
Alright.
you. Good for you,
Good
Queen.
enough. Good enough.
Yes.
96 egocentrisms.
In a row.
Yeah, crazy.
You okay there?
Yes.
I'm gonna keep making that clerk's joke. No one's gonna stop me.
I don't know why I think it's so funny. Open up, you frick. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You're
everybody.
fine.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat.
You're not
Sometimes
sorry.
this game just gets better at me. Fuck! I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry
Huh.
anymore.
Well, there's that. So I can, once I get Timespinner pieces,
No. Oh god. Hey everybody.
what's
New
up?
people in chat, I'm sorry. This is a recurring problem. We're gonna have to say
What
goodbye
is-
to Big. He doesn't know yet. I don't think he knows that we can't save him, but I can't bear to tell him. Bye, Big.
Hi, Big.
Bye, Big.
Hi,
I'm
Big.
so fucking sorry.
Got 28 egocentrisms now.
In a row.
In a row?
Yep.
In a row?
System alert. System alert. Primary security lock system terminated. Initiate final defense system.
Oh, I didn't have anything there. Just gotta get to this last room.
Oh, that's rude. Okay. We're fine.
Oh,
You got Final Fantasy VII bosses in that game?
Yes.
Cool. I like Rude. Saying something.
Yeah, Reno's kind of a war criminal.
In Advent Children, they don't really talk about that very much.
Yeah, he's just a silly guy in Advent Children, but like, he was the one who murdered like everyone.
He's just a silly goose. I'm right back.
Oh god, I'm dying. Oh god. Hold on. Hold on.
Hold the phones.
I'm holding my phone now. What?
Duckie, my hands are getting fucking sweaty and cramped. Please.
Hey, no, I'm good. I'm good.
It's like no.
I'm gonna have fucking carpal tunnel. I'm gonna have arthritis like fucking tomorrow.
Imagine not already having arthritis.
I want to hear something cool.
Me.
Oh fuck! Wait, do I need?
You crack your knuckles
Oh,
right
yeah,
into
baby.
the microphone.
Oh,
Hell yeah!
Yeah, ASMR for free, chat.
I don't. You don't need that equipment, do you, Duckie?
No. It's
Okay,
just
good.
it just feeds more into egocentrism. Anything you send me at this point.
That's
I have
fair.
30 egocentrisms now in a row.
In a row?
In a row?
I mean, I could do it.
That's what she said.
I have light wall. Spider hell's not horrible for me.
Starting a prediction in my chat. I don't remember how much time I set for it. You're just gonna have to fucking find out.
Do I have to fuck around first, or do I just find out?
You can find out.
Right. So I don't know if I have time to fuck around.
No, it's fine. You can, yeah. You know, no obligation. One or another, it's fine.
Just because I
My
want
voice is so fucking clocky today. Does anybody have like fucking like breath, like throat pills? Do you have like a spray that makes me sound less shitty? Perhaps.
Your voice sounds the same it always sounds to me.
Thanks, Duckie. That helps my gender dysphoria a lot.
Well, saying that your voice sound like you've never sounded clocky to me.
That's all right. Thank you.
I did that for the memes. I did that for you, Duckie, for the memes.
Memes?
What'd you do?
The equipment I got
regret
you.
chest? Oh, okay.
No, I didn't do. No, I wouldn't do regret chest for that shit. No, I did a spider hell.
It's the memes, Jack, the Raiden from Metal Gear Solid Revengeance.
It wasn't horrible because I had light wall.
What if I got all the fucking kids and put them into robots and disguised it as my own cooking? It's about the
Okay,
memes,
Eggman.
Jack.
Okay, Eggman.
Eggman's not in Revengeance.
Oh, with that attitude.
Is he?
He is now.
32 egocentrism.
In a row?
All in a row?
In a row?
Yep.
You think my
Good.
channel will get removed if I play that on stream? Like the whole scene? So chat knows what the fuck we're talking about?
I would watch you play Revengeance.
I don't have it. And my PS3 doesn't work.
You should
so-
buy it.
I don't know if you heard, I quit my job.
I don't see how that's my problem.
I understand that reference. I forgot about that scene entirely, and one day Queso showed it to me when we were like hanging out. So I need to share with chat. Oh, that's true. Everybody knows what it is in my chat then. Because Julia is like the fucking Legion head of my chat.
Another seashell.
Julia's new.
She's new?
She's new.
No.
Oh, the Chrono
new.
Trigger thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't go there because I don't have C.
Getting up the
So
mischief.
that's how we get Julia to come back to MULTIGIRLS, is that we just need Jets of Time to finish its implementation.
I'm sure that's the main factor. You've cracked the code.
Yeah.
Wait,
It'll work, trust me.
I can't even do this.
I mean, it is playable. We have people running it in the async.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why aren't we doing Fortnite in AP then? Seed sucks. Let's turn it off. Let's play Fortnite instead.
Because Virtue refuses to do something that would make her try.
Oh, that's true.
Red tunic.
And it's just that easy.
It can't be this dungeon, even though it says there's... Oh, no. Okay, I'm misreading this dungeon. This tracker. Okay.
Did you all vote for me to die again?
I think one person voted.
Well, guess who lost? Guess who looks like a little bit of a dingus?
You ugly prototype.
Your fucking choice are forfeit.
Wow, I hate these pillars. Are you seeing this bullshit, Faye?
The servers
These
are
nuts.
The 7K.
I already hinted for these nuts. I think I just got like equipment. Just boring.
Why do you have enough points to make me play Voltorb flips? Stop that. Put him back. Make a wrong prediction.
Eh.
Here, I'll make another fucking prediction. And the fucking Final Hazard theme is Big the Cat's theme song. I am so fucking elated right now.
I
Please,
am
wait, that's the
dumb and I
one,
can't get
like-
over this fucking... I'm
Get
fine.
over the fucking? Okay. Not the Biolizard though, so.
What you call me?
Everybody, here's your chance to make sure Julia doesn't redeem Voltorb flip. Take away all the points, please. Take all our points. I don't want people to have points.
36 egocentrisms.
The work
Disappointed,
count fun count.
Kay's not making the joke anymore.
In a
You're so
row.
close to the actual line.
What?
Flourish?
Oh, that was just the Geyer without the. I don't have the Merchant Crow, but I did the Geyer checks.
I feel like at this point, just the threat of knowing that there's people out there who can make you play Voltorb Flip at any given time is like worse than actually making you play Voltorb Flip.
Not true. I mean, unless you mean as the viewer, do you feel tension? Do you feel anxiety watching my streams and knowing at any fucking given point somebody could just redeem Voltorb Flip? Does that make you feel bad?
No.
Good to know.
I already redeemed mine. I regret nothing.
Waffle's redeemed it twice. Kay's redeemed it once.
I keep wasting my stuff on making hydrate, so I haven't gotten there yet.
What?
Voltorb Flip.
Okay. Okay. You redeemed it.
I did.
I guess I'm gonna let Voltorb Flip now. Here we go. At the end of my seed.
No! Fuck.
Yes.
I am literally okay, I'm like moving around just to get close to the enemies, but I am killing the final boss by doing nothing right now. Just the 38 egocentrisms I have are just doing all of the work for me.
Just
You
real
skipped
quick, everybody in
37
my
and that's
chat.
the right line.
What?
You skipped 37 and the original line is 37. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm 37. I had 37 at one point.
Well, you don't need more. No, that's not funny.
I'm sorry.
Man.
Hey everybody. Hope you're having a good night.
Oh,
I
fuck.
have
I
the
just
timer
died.
set now to 20 minutes, and I'm hitting the start button of my thumb, starting in a second, because I forgot to turn on music. Hey, chat.
No, he's
Let's try that
stealing my
again.
shit.
I'm really
Stop
sorry
it.
for you, Duckie. I can't control that. I'm gonna hit the start button now, and we're gonna start 20 minutes of Voltorb Flip, redeemed by our good friend Waffle Soup from the Waffle Soup channel. I'm just gonna hit a quick thing in there. Thank you, Waffle, for redeeming 20-minute Voltorb Flip for 50,000 smackers. That's what we call our channel points on this channel. Anyway, I hit the start button, so it's time to let's hopefully not flip some Voltorbs, you know.
How the fuck do I get out of here again? All right, I have to go through one of these orbs. There we go.
Waffle, do you even have the other streams like up, or you're like watching them? Can you even see me do Voltorb Flip?
I have yours up now.
Oh, okay. I was like, are you just torturing me?
Yes.
I mean, I love Voltorb Flip, so no. So no. That this is a joyous thing on this channel. We're celebrating the history of this channel.
Wow. I went there for nothing.
What?
No, I just went into a room for nothing because it was something that Kay had in their seed.
I do that in real life. Can you believe that?
Yes. Lab time. I would like to know where the rest of my Timespinner stuff is.
Well, I'm about to finish, so unless I yes.
So yeah, I will wait until that's done. Once you're finished, I will see what's left on mine and then hint for all of my
40 egocentrisms.
What do I have on my spider hell? I'm not getting you that. I'm not getting me that. I don't need it. I don't need galaxy earrings this late. Alright, where am I going? Nice.
And I win.
You are the winner.
That's just max sand. Okay, good. I don't need to beat that boss. Thank.
Yay.
A winner is you. The winner.
Would you like to release her? Are you good for release?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. What did I get? I still got nothing in this one, in this seed.
I mean, I only had like 20, 30, 40 items left. Excuse me. Alright. You're welcome. Who's gonna be going longer? Probably Waffle, right?
I don't know.
I've got at least 16 and a half minutes left on my seed.
If I don't rage quit this seed, yes.
God, you know what would really suck? If somebody had a bunch of fucking items for you locked behind their worlds, but for whatever reason just couldn't fucking finish it for 16 minutes.
Like, no, the only progression item left in my game is the hookshot, which is locked behind the hookshot.
Oh, really?
So I just have to figure out how to actually beat this seed.
I didn't know that was your only thing left.
I think so. Again, I don't know how to play this game, so...
Did you just cheat it? Just cheat it and get item get. Just grab that
But, like, logically, it shouldn't be required.
Oh. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Unless there's a way to get it without using the hookshot.
Well, I have everything, right? So... There's a way to get it out of logic.
I'm rating Waffle now. Bye, my stream.
Bye.
Bye, Duckie stream.
No, fuck.
It's okay. She'll be back tomorrow.
True. Maybe. We'll see. I might cancel tomorrow because I got shit to do before I leave.
Hey, same.
Thank you for the raid, Duckie. And someone redeemed Hydrate at some point earlier. I didn't have my own chat open. Thank you.
Oof.
Wait, I don't need to do this. There's nothing here I need.
Those don't show up in Torch.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the Brewster is as well. I figured I already have the feather, but
I was trying so hard to think about like a pull in Link's Awakening DX that had a chicken in it. I was so fucking confused.
yeah, having the feather makes it hard logic for Mamu.
For Mamu?
But that's a check.
Mamu? Sorry?
Yeah.
Mamu?
Mamu Luigi?
Another seashell.
Can't do that. I should have enough hint points.
Oh.
This is...
I think it's just a guess. Yup. Maybe not actually, but no, well, we did what we did.
So I have to go to the Face Shrine to get this key. What is the Face Shrine? D6. Which needs hookshot. What the?
You think your logic might have just broke?
I wish I knew anything about how to beat that game. I got nothing for you.
Rooster should put in logic without hookshot. Okay. Well, I don't have enough hint points anymore, but... Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
I do have a key, so I can do this.
Okay. Okay.
Bye, Genza.
Bye, Genza. This one's gotta be something. Oh, hell yeah. I just want to play video games.
Alright. Well, let's go do the one thing I can easily do, and that is... let's go beat Daddy.
Never seen a motherfucking life.
Oh, there's my key card. See? Damn it.
An oof moment.
Not really.
Oh.
Just...
Okay, that was a one-up mushroom, so that was already collected, so that's not a hint point. It says it's doable but hard logic. Go there and see what it even wants me to do.
my perspective.
It looks a little bit nicer when I move things just a bit.
And another seashell.
Do this again.
How is... Whatever.
Alright, time to take on Dad.
Me going to Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Probably like pause buffering or some shit.
My background music is playing the song from Sonic that everybody cries to. Chat, don't cry. Chat, don't do it. Chat, don't cry.
I didn't do Dad percent.
Oh.
I just wanted to beat him because I'm like, just fucking
Oh.
beat him. I just wanted to fucking beat him. I know I didn't need to. I didn't care. I wanted to fucking beat him. No,
Oh, right,
just-
you don't have boss rando. I was like, why did that disconnect you from the game? But no, it does that if you don't.
Ah, damn it.
Oops. Oh, wrong one. I think. Yeah.
Alright. How many hints do I have? I have enough to get everything. Hint. Timespinner spindle. Hint. Timespinner gear 1. Hint. Timespin. 3. So Genza's secret stash. 2? Okay, so that one I can get. It's just right over here somewhere. It's over there. Okay, got it. The other two are in my other seed. Fun.
Thank goodness none of them were in mine.
Yep. I still haven't determined which ones are. No, I gotta go. The only other thing I would like to see. That one is.
Tower. I can't get to that. I think I need hookshot for that.
Ironic.
Yes, I need hookshot for that.
What does the tracker say you're supposed to be doing?
There's a lot of like one-off checks that I'm not sure how I need to get to. Here.
There's gear 3.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the Chow song. And I was singing. It goes.
Alright, everything else is inland. The other one. So since it's done saving, I'm gonna switch. It's in Seattle. On my tablet, finally. Do I still not have my keycard D?
I don't know.
Did I? Oh, I didn't hint for it yet. Ah, okay. I just need to wait for Aiden to finish. I guess.
Oh, you got at least 3 minutes and 10 seconds for just some weird and inconspicuous reason. No one, I can't fathom.
Alright, Nightmare Keeper, Turtle Rock.
Okay, well, lucky. Oh, great.
Oh? Oh?
Yeah, it just means I gotta crow.
This would be the funniest time to redeem my fourth multi. Oh no. People got seats to finish.
Oh, I'm not finishing this.
What fun! Yeah. Video games are fun. Waffle.
Well, I just don't know how I'm gonna. I have not yet perfected the light wall tactic. To just get into that room.
Oh, towards the end?
Yeah. Unless my warp is. Hold on.
Well, if you'll
pardon
my
warp,
language, sir, I'm being a real doofus.
Yeah, just keep redeeming those random sound bites, Queen.
No.
Just keep redeeming them.
I got it. Okay, that's Zarian. That's easy enough.
I like this loadout. Oh, thank God.
I have no vertical besides light wall in this seat, and I hate that. I also don't have. And I missed my jump.
Oh, gee.
I mean, not that bad, but. There. Wait, I can't even do anything in this. No, I can. I can do. I can do those checks. Yeah. So I can get to everything. Merchant Crow is at the gate, right? The gate in the present, which I can't even access. Hashtag why not? It's right there. Oh no. No double jump or sash.
You-
And I'm in pyramid.
All right, I'm gonna finish this board, and then I'm done with bolt or flip.
Okay.
The 20 minutes has expired.
Damn it!
I am free.
What is all my hints again? Keycard. Which one was keycard D? Wait, did I hint for keycard D? I did not. Ah, fuck. I hinted for all the stuff for Timespinner, and I didn't even hint for keycard D. Fuck. I don't have enough. I don't have 11 checks to open up.
We got 440 coins. The people that are like new here probably just like, I don't understand what the fuck is wrong with you. Why did you start playing like Minesweeper in the middle of your fucking randomizer scene?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It happens. It just happens. Just happens sometimes.
If you didn't catch it, there's a thing you can redeem in my fucking stream where I have to drop what I'm doing and play bolt or flip for an allocated, a predetermined amount of time. And I'm thinking about upping the amount on it.
The Ark is close to the Earth. Please hurry up.
I almost forgot I put a prediction for this boss because right after I did it, Waffle redeemed the fucking bolt or flip. If you do, I'll save up for the new amount. You won't. What if you won't? What if it's like 2 infinity smackers?
Do it.
Some people would still.
That's true. You fuckers would.
I don't even have my water mask. I have nothing on this seed.
The thing I came to, and a lot of people told me that's fair enough, is that I will. I talked about that like fucking like 8 months ago and someone done it, so.
I need water mask for that. I have so many things. I'm just fully BK'd. I think even with You good?
Oh, I'm good. Oh, I am fucking good.
Oh yeah. Wait no, I'm just waiting. I do have pyramid. I am literally just waiting on yeah, I'm just waiting on you to finish, Aiden.
I didn't see the result. Julie just like fucking swept in that prediction. Here, I'll release. Everybody good?
Yes.
Please.
GG as well.
GG it.
Yeah, it got really rough there at the end, but like
GG.
I struggled through it, you know.
Map. There's the rooster. Okay.
200 to 17,000.
Wait, I can't.
Or
I can't
13,000.
warp right now. I can't warp right now because I'm waiting on all the items to come in. And go out. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. It's because I'm at that warp.
But it's that magical hour, so I will be.
Good night, Kay.
I kind of thought so. Thanks for joining us last minute. It was good having you.
Capitalism.
This is what you
Bye,
wanted,
Kay.
right? But it's like 11. This is my
Bye.
prize. 11:15.
It's like 11. It's like 11:15.
Exactly 11.
It is indeed 11 o'clock.
What time is it in Japan?
What time is it?
It's either like noon or 10. I just know we're off by 11 some way.
Live and Learn comes on. I love that groove.
11 or 13
Turn that
hours, I
shit
don't
up. I love that grooving. What is that? Like a bossa nova beat?
Wow, what was it? The light jazz.
Oh,
to
I have my
bossa nova
yes, I have
beat
my wheel.
pipeline.
Are you playing some
You
light
added
jazz?
light
What kind of
jazz
music is
yet?
that? Like a bossa nova beat?
The bossa
You added
nova
light jazz.
beat. Do I have
You
an
play
elevator? Yes, I do.
some light jazz.
Did you just play some light jazz?
But I can't really go anywhere from there. I can get all the way over there. Do I
I'm
want
excited
to?
for when you add the fuck off.
But I have elevator key card then. Oh, right. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's already taken because y'all stole it.
A brave and heroic hedgehog.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Fly
fuck
over
off.
here.
Save this planet. Shadow
I now have 38 points.
I also really think that Poseidon Quivers before him would be a really good one.
That's another one where I'm like, I don't think enough people would.
Ah,
I don't
would
want to have it.
I am the Sun Guardian, Guardian of the Sands. Poseidon Quivers before him.
Like, fuck off is pretty universal.
I think Poseidon Quivers before him would be really good.
But what I do know is
Poseidon Quivers before him is amazing. I don't know what's your problem. Oh,
Good.
I don't have C in E. Oh no, I have C in my other seed now.
I didn't say it would be bad. I said universal.
So what's next for you, Rouge?
Everyone quivers
Find those
before
jewels you love
Poseidon.
so much?
That's not true. I don't. The bitch can bite me.
Should.
What's he gonna do? Drown me? Has he heard of
Yeah.
climate change?
Climate change is making him more powerful.
Well, then why did he come kill me already? Stupid bitch.
If you say
You don't
Decided
live
I
on
got
the
shit
coast.
on me.
created the ultimate life form.
What's the matter, Sonic?
Aquaman ass motherfucker.
Oh, it's nothing. Come on, let's go home. To the
Can't get
planet
past
is
there because I don't have key card
with me.
C.
Everybody,
No, because I haven't done this shit in the past yet.
it's
Okay,
that time
I
of the
think-
seed.
think
Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh, my water mask.
But also, I don't think things being universal has ever been really a concern for you, given how much niche bullshit you've put into your sound thing.
Believe it or not, it has been. There's more shit in the Wii shopping channel sketch that I purposefully left out because I figured no one would ever actually use it. Same with the Get in the Way sketch. I went through there and was like, what can be used as like redeems for this that aren't like too noisy or whatever? And I found like, I think like 11 things, but I only used like 5 or something like that.
I will use Poseidon Quivers before him every time you go into the fucking one knuckle stage with water.
Aquatic Mine. This is an Aquatic
Yeah.
Mine and Pumpkin Hill-less seed. Other than that Flipper Demon at the end, that was a decent Final Hazard. I would have finished it in under 4 hours. It's a pretty good seed.
Oh, that's right. Everything I need.
I would have finished it
here.
in 3 hours actually, because we started pretty late. Still can't believe I found that fucking metal block skip. I'm so fucking happy about that.
Did it? Wait, Wart is in this game? Hold on.
What?
this is
What?
Mamu.
Mama?
Yep.
Oh, he changed his name after he was murdered by a plumber and his friends.
Mm.
Oh, that's right. There's no chest in. Logic for that.
Yes. Actually, I can just hint for that. Get that for free now. I wonder where it was. Oh, it was in Pumpkin Hill.
Yep. So were 2 of my key cards.
Total endgame time was 2 hours and 14 minutes. I swear not
2
every
minutes,
seed has a
wow.
bunch of important shit. Yeah, it was really fast, right? Not every seed is where like something important is in a world I just don't want to go to, I swear. I swear it's randomized.
Sure.
Sometimes Pumpkin Hill is like
Okay.
mostly junk. Or completely junk.
Select a stage.
Okay. That was the Sonic Month multi-world slash my whatever the fuck.
Yes, it's
Multi-Girl
obviously your whatever the fuck. Can't forget that you're whatever the fuck.
Multigirls 7, which is probably more realistically like Multigirls 12.
I mean, I can check. Well, hang on, let me get some shit set up first, and if not, everybody's not done by then, I'll give a concrete answer to what that would be changed to.
I mean, don't worry about it, to be honest.
Just for the knowledge and lols. I'm gonna send all my people.
Hey there.
I'm gonna keep recording this for the VOD as I normally do, but I'm gonna send everybody to Virtue. I think is the play.
Yeah, I'm still 3 pieces shy on both my seeds, so.
Okay. I think she also has follower only. It's not the end of the stream.
Not the end of the stream.
It's not the end of the stream. It's not even the end.
Not the end. Can't be the end. Hello, and thank you so much, Randomrings, for the raid.
No problem.
Random ring.
Wait, what am I missing here? Oh, I didn't do. Wait, what? I'm confused. I thought I did that. Oh, I still don't have my. No, I did. And what's left? I am so lost. Why do I still have this highlighted?
Keytail cave.
Oh, because of the.
I'm
I missed
reading
this
these
one.
backwards.
Oh, there's my keycard A. Okay. Still don't have C, but I have A, so I can finally get into the caverns and defeat that, and get this, whatever that is.
Virtue Cat VT's content is intended for certain audiences. It may contain significant profanity or vulgarity.
Fuck you!
Fuck your vulgarity. I ain't vulgar. Fucking bitch.
Fuck you!
Fuck you! Or sexual themes. Sorry.
Because
You're welcome.
Alright.
Okay, why can't I go up this way again? Oh yeah, I need keycard C.
We're like
So
keycard
bogus.
C. He's nuts.
Oh, I'm not going through.
Oh, I see. We got there.
I don't need to go through Spider Hell because it had something that was already cleared out. Alright, so I have one left, and it is the Maw. And I cannot access it because I need my water mask. My water mask is where again? I've already forgotten. In Nias' world, Barnagroth Towers, which I don't know if I can get to, but I'm going to.
That's a good thing to do.
Yep, always go. Popcat. Load game. I was just out of Seattle, so I need to do Lunai. There's Plasma.
I like Link's.
Keycard A means I can go under. Oh boy, I gotta go beat Varney. I have to go beat Varney now. I do have another gear.
Duckie, what were you gonna say? You were thinking about something?
I was just saying I like Link's underwater swim animation in Link's Awakening.
Dope.
It looks cute!
I'm gonna find the answers you seek, Duckie.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, the last multi-world that I did with all of you, technically, I just didn't think to ask, I guess. That could have been MULTIGIRLS 6. So add 1.
Wait, no. Back here.
Same with this one. I released the VOD for this one on April 26th, sometime around there. That was just with Virtue and Waffle. I think that was the old Timespinner multi-world, so that would have actually been... I guess that would have been 6. So I had 2.
Okay.
The multi-world. No, not true. Claro and Pokey were there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I had 2. The Game Grumps multi-world had Pie.
The Game Grumps.
No one else had the fucking balls. I looked at everybody's spots of that later after if they like re-uploaded to YouTube. Everybody's just like, oh, multi-world with my friends. I was like, that is the Game Grumps multi-world.
Was I in that one?
Yeah.
I don't save my VODs unless it's a gameplay, like a playthrough VOD. So.
Oh, I put them all out. The posterity check stream, because Kay was there but wasn't technically running, and also yeah, it was me, Duckie, and Waffle. So at 3. That one had Tempest, the Invisible Spine,
There's
the
like
Intervention at Sat,
flying spears.
Flying Spears.
Yeah, in Link's Awakening. Like flying spears.
Oh, you know.
He beat this boss.
Alright, it's time to go do...
The mini boss at Catfish Maw. Whatever the fuck I did last time on the Async was just awful, and I just don't want to do it again.
Did them all.
Yeah, that's the answer to your question, Duckie. 3. So this would be Multi-Girls... 10.
10, yeah.
So it could be Multi-Girls 10 in your hearts, everybody.
The unofficial Multi-Girls 10.
For practicality,
should,
so it's like a Final Fantasy thing. It's like SNES Final Fantasy. So some people can call it Multi-Girls 10, and other people can call it
Oh
7.
my gosh.
Based on
I think
localization.
for the title of it should be 10 in your heart.
Multi-Girls 7 parentheses 10.
I can just start doing that shit. That's what people do when they name like when they do like long plays of 6.
Wait, no, we need to find one more that qualifies, because then it can be Multi-Girls 7-11.
You mean Area 7?
No, Area. No.
That's the only virtue I will know what the fuck that is.
The EVA 7. The EVA 7, yep.
I thought it was called Era 7.
Era 7, yeah, sorry. Era 7.
Okay. I'm gonna go, I'll be back, but I'm gonna go, like, take care of myself.
Okay.
It will.
It will.
Oh, well, oh, well. Do I have to deal with an eel here? No. I have to do them all so I can get that. Oh wait, I don't have gas mask yet. Heck. I never got here before. Oh, water mask, great. Keep forgetting. The fun of having 2 seeds, am I right? I think the eels alone are gonna put me off doing a 1 HP run of this game ever. Maybe not ever, but like for quite a while.
I've never HP run.
Yeah, it takes a special breed to do that. Like, me and Wef are pretty much the only people I know that do it.
Oh, I have my sash. I have my sash now. Sweet. I may not have my hairpin, but I have my sash.
I gave Wef a really funny suggestion that he could probably do. I don't know if he'd ever do it, but I said that next time he runs in a marathon, he should have an ongoing incentive for every specific milestone. I said $100, but for every $100 put towards that incentive, he gets to increase his HP by 1. Which would functionally do nothing for him.
Well, I mean, it depends on how far in, because right now these eels are only doing 1 HP damage to me.
That's fair.
So I could take a hit of... I'm gonna go take that one because I need it for something. Oh yeah, but I should just do that, yeah.
The other one first?
Oh, I forgot to jump up there. Damn it, I'm gonna... it's whatever. Yay.
Face Shrine Nightmare Key.
Something. What was this? Ah, yes, the spindle. Right, I needed that.
Oh, yeah,
that's what I did too for my async.
I was gonna ask if like the nightmare keys were like the big key equivalent, basically.
Yes.
I gotta go back in there because I'm making rice, but I just want to shout everybody out real quick. Here's my partner.
Yeah.
I think this is what I set it up as. You think I might not remember?
Yeah, except it's not your chat anymore.
You know what? You're absolutely right. I like the way you think.
Yeah, maybe.
That said, I do have a shout out command, but it's not that. I just realized. It's just SO.
Wow.
Something I can do.
Wow.
Waluigi.
An actual shout out. LOL.
I want to shout out Waluigi, but I don't know if it's like some transphobe or something.
That would be just the thing for us, wouldn't it be?
It would be just something for Waluigi. Let's shout out Waluigi.
I'm not gonna do that in my chat.
No, I'm not gonna do your channel.
Is it real? They have 33 followers.
Who is that?
They have no videos.
Probably someone who just has a Twitch account to chat.
Yeah.
Who is that? Which anime character is the profile pic?
I think it's from Gintama.
What is
the main
that?
character from Gintama.
What the fuck is that?
Wait, do I have my pendulum on? I do.
Okay, well. Shout out to Waluigi, everybody. This is probably making my stream explode.
Yay, it's me. I've been shouted.
You've been shouted as fuck. Oh, I forgot I had this song to the playlist. You lift me up.
Oh, my own rating orb.
This is appropriate for the shout out.
I'm just gonna go grab this one since it's on check.
These are the people that lifted me up, chat, every single day.
Ah, like Gear
I
1.
have posters of all my
Wait.
friends hanging above my bed.
Hold on. Wait, is that who I'm on right now? I'm an idiot.
You're not an idiot. You're just spending time. Time travel's complicated.
I know.
All right, I'm gonna go in the other room
I just
and
think
stir some rice around.
I like it's just, you're not supposed to stir your rice. What?
What? You're supposed to stir the rice.
No.
Okay, I'm on Seattle. Never mind.
I'm going to go fuck with my rice.
Okay.
Oh, come on, this one. Thank you. Okay. Not found. I still need the ancient pyramid pit secret room. Fuck you.
Plus key for this one.
Oh, that's in my own. That's in my own.
I just noticed that one of Waffle's tags is tags don't
wait.
work.
Yep.
Tier 3 is in.
I mean, they work if you're searching up for the name Aiden spelled with a Y, apparently.
Doesn't lead to any actual views.
I need to go and take out the maw. I don't have my gas mask, but I'll just have to fucking deal. I have over 400 HP. I should be fine. I have almost 500 HP, actually. Maw doesn't take that long to beat. Oh, shit.
The maw.
Oh, wait, what am I doing? I don't need the... I have my stash. Well, there is... Gear 3, okay. Oh, I was even... What? I'm confused.
Finish this dungeon finally.
Huh. I don't know why, I thought it said something else. Oh, well there's access to the pyramid. Good.
Ugh.
Alright, here we go. It is... Can't breathe time, let's go.
Oh, glass pumpkin. Okay.
For whom? Oh, for Lunai? Okay.
Yeah. Like, why did this boss just drop a mirror? But... Okay, so there's 2 instruments.
First, they've never made a 3D iteration of Moldor. At this point, they've made a 3D iteration of pretty much every other Link to the Past boss.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I can do... I can do Turtle Rock, and I can do... Face Shrine, and that will... That'll give me 4 instruments.
Ah!
I don't want to do Turtle Rock, but...
Whew, got it. Whew. Whew. That was stressful, but I did it.
Yay!
How the hell are you supposed to get there, like, a reasonable pace? Let's go that way. Okay.
Ah, bonk. 1 bonk so far.
One bonk this time.
Boom. 2 2 bonks this time. Boom, boom. Anyway, next thing I have is... Wait. Have I not done... No, I've done everything else, which means I should be able to... I don't need C to get over there. I beat them all. I've beat Ilana, and I've beat Chaos.
But have you defeated your dehydration?
Let's see. Yep, that was a very nice sip of water. Thank you.
GG. Dishonesty. I'm kidding. No. I can't do that shit. Fake advertisement is gonna bite me in the ass one day.
Okay, now the question. Let's see. Alright, there it is. So why is it saying I don't have any checks on this side?
Because you don't have your gas mask. So everything, the right of that is out of logic. Yep.
I didn't realize it was gas mask. Oh, because that's the bleakness. Wait, what? Oh, and...
Wait, can I not do this?
I'm confused. I don't have my gas mask, but I'm doing just fine here?
Yeah, you're fine on the right-hand side. It's just out of logic. Logic expects you to have gas mask.
Well, yeah, but... Oh, right, because I shouldn't be able to access it because I shouldn't have been able to defeat the mob without the gas mask.
Correct.
I see. It's not that I'm having a problem here with the gas. Oh, my own spindle. There it is. There's no gas mask issues here. It's just a matter of...
I'ma hop off. I'ma hop off.
Bye!
Oh, okay. See ya.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Boing.
coming along. Bye.
Yeah,
Looks
thanks
fun.
for joining us.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why this is out of logic. I need my other power bracelet.
Bye.
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 That's Duckie.
Bye.
That's Duckie.
It's in Turtle Rock. Okay, so I just need to go do Turtle Rock first, and then I can finish this dungeon, and then I can finish my game.
Okay.
Down to Turtle Rock.
That's not even close to being done.
How many instruments did you put it at?
4.
Ah, that would be why. Okay. Yeah, see, I was gonna do it at 3 crystals if I did a Link to the Past seed, but because I'm doing it in the multi-world, I don't want to get really confused. Whereas with Timespinner, I just say, oh, it's these 2 save spots, which I can verify by pushing the button. There's only one thing to look for here. I can access that though.
I haven't had stir fry in so fucking long. I am in heaven right now.
So good. Stir fry's so good.
I fucking love it. This one's like all vegetable.
So wait,
Nope,
so the entirety of the military fortress is technically out of logic until you have the gas mask.
Yes. Lab, Genza's, or Dad's Tower, all of that.
Well, I get it. It's also like,
We'll check here. Yep, you need 4 instruments. Okay.
don't need that.
Actually, hang on, let me, because I got all the way there and Or can I actually do everything in Turtle Rock? Yes, I can. Okay.
And it's Merchant Crow, so I can... Yes, okay. Anything else that's... Besides the stuff that's out of logic? That one. Fine. It's not... But now I have vertical, so I'm okay with this.
You know, on like a lot of black metal bands and shit, they like paint their faces. I think that's what Turtle Rock would be. I think they would like paint their shells a bunch of like silly little colors and shit. Go on stage in like full face makeup and shit.
I can see that.
Yeah, Turtle Rock.
Down at Turtle Rock?
Down to Turtle Rock. I'd call my first album, if I were a turtle and I started a metal band, I'd call the first album Can't Spell Shell Without Hell. Because it's true. In more ways than one.
Oh, I'm here.
Two.
It's probably been collected already.
Oh no, the Discord thing happens on fucking Fuji too? Or whatever the fuck you have set up?
Yep.
How about a W?
Yeah, hello W. Ellipsis. I need cut. Do I have my ear? Do I have my eye blades? No.
Well, now I can do catfish
Yes, I do.
instead. Okay, what was in?
Hell yeah.
Damn it! Fuck. Shit, one of those was my items and I didn't save. Fuck. That one wasn't. Which one was my item? Oh no, I saved after I got my item, okay. Which was that one, yeah. Or no, I didn't save after I got my item. Wait, no, I didn't go for those.
Wait, how do I get up there? Okay, I'm up here.
And again. So I'm gonna switch anyway.
Oh, I thought you finished the other save.
Huh? No, neither of them are finished.
My brain! Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but now now I've got the Gear 1, and I've got the Ancient Pyramid Tune, and I've got the Merchant Crow familiar. So now I can go and... Where is it? It's in the... Is it in past?
What?
The... Oh no, it's at the gate, never mind.
Okay. I believe you.
It's at the gate. Here. Right? Waffle, where's the portal to the Ravenlord fight?
In the lab. In the room where you get the documents.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Where is that? Is that where the dot is? No. No, it's over here. Okay, I see where. I hate the lab though.
Why?
Mostly the music.
You don't like the music in the lab?
It creeps me out a little bit, yeah. Oh, I don't have my sash on this one.
Actually, I guess that makes sense. If there's any song in the game to be unsettled by, I guess it would be that one, huh?
I guess you're gonna finish before getting that.
Yeah, I don't have the boss key for that, so I have it for 3 other dungeons. How do I open this again?
It's over here, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Well, let's see how easy I can do this.
Is this the one where you don't have boss Rhino?
Yeah. Oh, I don't have boss rain on either.
Oh, okay.
Figure out how to get into Turtle Rock. Everything shows me how to get in there for Link's Awakening.
Oh my god. So, we were on a voice call watching Jeff's marathon run.
Yeah.
Virtue was there for this.
I was indeed.
I was texting Kay like, "Are you seeing this?" Because they were in the call. She was like, "Yeah,"
Oh, man.
and she was like, "Nope, I haven't seen it." I was like, "He's at like Ravenlord again, like 1 HP or whatever the fuck." And Kay texts me back and says, "Well, good thing you had all that practice."
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you mentioning that. I don't like this. I don't like this.
You don't love the Raven Lord?
No, I don't. I think I just have the wrong.
Yeah, I knew that would work me.
I don't have Celestial Sash to go up.
Oh, is this the one where you only have Light Wall?
No, I have double jump.
Okay.
No, I have
Vanilla.
vanilla, yeah.
With Celestial Sash and like a fucking tanking ass plasma orb.
Oh, do I have plasma? And also, is he weak to plasma?
I don't think it's weak to plasma. It's just plasma. You don't have to aim at the enemy. That's
fair.
Annoying to aim at. I'm not saying it's a pro strat or anything. That's what I used.
Waffle, what is Ravenlord weak to?
Dark, Fire, and Radiant.
Let me see. Dark, which I don't have any of. Fire, which I have a couple of. And Radiant, which I do have Radiant. No grabsies. Oh.
I didn't do my Duolingo for the day. Oh my god.
You got 20 minutes.
Wait, how am I supposed to get back? Here, that gets me there. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry I'm like this.
Got it.
Got him.
And it's Gear 3 for Ciano. Excellent.
Excellent.
Is that? Which means... Oh, wait, I'm technically good to go, but... Can I make that move? That's the question. Can I make the jump in Ancient Pyramid? Is the question.
Oh.
I do. Wait a minute. I do have double jumps, so maybe I can try. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about using up shards since there is that little warp. It's also I'm also much lower level on the other seed. I'm freaking 45 on this one because I got the early Sullen's Bangle, which I don't need now. Do I have a skull? I have a glass pumpkin. Fuck it. I don't care. Oh wow, I slid under that one. Okay.
I did Duolingo.
Yay.
Congrats.
Oh, I completely spaced on it.
Lingo.
I completely spaced on it being there.
Oof.
Oh, all the way over here? Really? Fuck.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, so I don't need to do this.
Damn. All the way over there. Like, it's not in logic to do this. Like, I should be waiting for my...
To climb the pyramid with light bulb.
It is not. It is not in logic.
Are you sure?
Okay. Sure. You tell me.
I don't know. Is it?
I'm pretty sure you can.
You just need any form of infinite vertical.
And if Waffle's saying it, I'm inclined to believe.
Yeah. Do I have enough aura to do that? That's the question.
In regret chest.
In regret chest.
Oh, that's right.
That's the whole point of it being regret chest, is that it's so hard to get to because it's the last key item you need to go and beat everything and collect everything in the rest of the game. I'm sure, yes, it is maybe in logic.
I've seen people do it. It has to be. I
mean, I know.
remember shit wrong. In comparison to my friends who are like the best Timespinner players in the world. I think I'm at least intermediate at this time. Considering I don't try to speedrun it and all I do with it is an AP, I'm pretty content with my Timespinner skill and knowledge. I do want to do Canterin on my next seed though.
And I'm out of shit. Use items, high ether.
So
there it is.
Instrument number 3.
There it is, I got it. Ah, that is so frustrating.
Got it. It's just a couple jumps.
That is frustrating, but yes, I agree. At least I had the double jump to make it a little easier.
So can I do all of Dungeon 5?
Anyway. Let's see what we got here. There's the map for the Eagles Tower saying, hey, get that sash!
What are you doing?
How do I get to the boss in Dungeon 5 again?
Let's see.
I wish I had any idea. I don't know. I didn't get that far in vanilla.
Radiant is strong against freaking Nightmare, right?
Yes.
Okay. Shattered and Iron is probably good for the other two, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that boss was kind of cute. Now they're dead. Okay.
That's a lot of Zelda shit, to be fair. Just like, that's a really good fucking design. Murder it, murder it. Murder in cold blood. Get it off the screen. I guess I don't need Pop Tracker open, do I? I took a peek at the Messenger one. It's fucking good. I think when I first started the game, people were worried about not starting with certain things. Apparently it starts you off with the climb and the scroll. So like, it's not an easy game to AP, but it's not. I think I can do it. Famous last words, I know. I won't rage quit it as hard as I did Pokemon Blue.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
You're not, same man's a trickster.
No, I completely forgot to put on my Jin Inferno.
Oh, do you have it? I was literally thinking in my mind, I was like, oh, too bad you don't have Jin Inferno. Didn't say it out loud.
I
That's why I
completely
don't
forgot.
remember all the things that he's weak to, because I just spam Jin Inferno on him every time. I get so fucking lucky with like almost every Timespinner seed I've done random. If nobody's got me, Jin Inferno's got me.
Damn it. Ah, that should have been.
It's gonna hit you with his little grabbies. He's gonna try to tickle you with those big old skillet fingers.
Damn it.
Okay. I've done this one.
Oh.
Done that
Okay.
one.
There it is.
Okay, so I just need to do the fourth Skelly fight. GG.
G, fucking G with that one seed.
2 bongs, I think, on this one. Are you ready for release?
Yes.
I say 2 bonks.
I say 3 bonks.
No, no bonks on this one. It was the other one I bonked. I did no bonks. Oh, right, because I didn't get the fucking sash on this one.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot.
I forgot what the message was on this one.
I don't think I hit my head. Yeah, because I didn't get the sash at all. I didn't get the sash at all on this one. Well, don't need to worry about getting anything else. Yep, finish. Come on.
One of the genuine best randos.
Tiano is done.
Get some chips. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna mute for a sec too.
Oh, that was just a small key. Okay. Alright, you just take a death and get a heal, right? Or these enemies can drop 3 hearts in a row. Okay. Get to C or D. Actually, I need to get specifically one of them, don't I, actually? C. Fucking shit. Okay. Here. Fine.
Alright, back where
Welcome back.
I too had to do my Duolingo real quick. Where is my thing? Alright, it's time to finish my totally not in logic lab. This is the one I do have Sash on. So
Right, this boss. Okay, hang on 1 second. This boss sucks. I'm gonna
okay,
take a
yeah,
small break as well.
do the focus you Oh, cool.
What's going on, guys?
Just going along. Ah, there's another bonk.
And that's gonna be a bonk.
Gonna be a bonk right there.
Oh, well, that is gonna be a raw bonk. If you ever do like Timespinner races or like randos. Here's what you do, okay? Here's where I'm at. Lime chips, okay?
Ooh.
And then take a bunch of 3 cheese blend, shredded cheese. Put them on top. Microwave that bitch. Nuke that shit.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I got cheesy chips.
Nice.
Eating Genza.
That sounded so aggressive. I got cheesy chips.
No. Fuck you and yours. I almost did it. I almost did it without taking damage.
Damn. Is this an arachnophobia warning or a crapophobia warning? I don't understand what these creatures are.
There we go. Goodbye, Genza. Fuck you. Another seashell. Lovely. Another warp. Don't need it. The only thing I need to Succubus hairpin.
Nice.
Okay, so there's my double jump. Where is my gear 1? Ancient pyramid. Okay, good. That's easy enough. I just go use items, warp shard. Everything moved on me. Wait, am I out of warp shards? No, they're there. They're on the right side. Into the pyramid, let's go. Now I have everything except for the last gear. It is not regret chest, thankfully.
Waffle's struggling with some spindlies.
Of course he is.
Not struggling. It's just.
Of course he is.
It's boring and sucks.
It's just like this? Like normally?
I think so. This is how I did it in the async too.
More like Link's asleep then, am I right, chat?
That's like, yes,
Chat?
the whole plot.
You could have told me this was speedrun tech and I believe you. I have no clue. I did not get this far in vanilla, not even close. I haven't played on Switch since I think like the day or two after I streamed it that once.
Oh,
Zelda
okay,
just
Jin Inferno is
frustrates me
just
too
too
quickly.
powerful. Jin Inferno is just too powerful, got it.
Yeah, Meatball's good. Meatball's pretty great.
Wait, no, I gotta go down here. This is where I need to go down.
Frustrated me so much. Hey, there you go.
Because this is...
Okay.
There it is. Okay, I'm in go mode.
Congrats.
And I didn't even need my gas. Didn't even need a gas mask. I just gotta survive through here. Oops, I did not do the rhythm right. Got it that time. Nope. Whatever.
Someone raided my channel? Or no, that's not my channel. It's
Oh,
on OBS.
whoa, TJ. Hi, hello, TJ.
I was gonna say, what the fuck was that? Welcome, raiders, to Virtue's little stinking little corner of the world.
Hello, hello, friends of. 1 second. TJT. Get a double shout out here. How was your stream, TJ? No. TJ, yes. Oh, welcome raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Virtue. Yeah. I'm a Nekomata. Yeah. And I usually stream comfy games, except or Metroidvanias, which this is one. Right now I'm actually part of a multi-world, hence these two people right here. One of them's still going, the other people have all finished though. But,
yeah, I'm pretty epic like that. Nothing got
Yeah,
away at the
you
end.
yeah, you had all my stuff right at the end there.
If only there was some way to get all your stuff in the last 20 minutes of that scene.
Right.
I'm not salty, chat. Welcome, raiders. I'm not salty.
Welcome. Yes, indeed. Welcome, TJ. And I'm having actually a really good night. Yes. I'm finally back to streaming. I haven't streamed in like 3 weeks.
We stream last Portal 2. Portal 2 is goated.
Portal 2 is really good. Yep.
I don't even like that
Alright,
kind of game.
cool.
Just get put. Ooh, Waffle. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe I don't want to put Link's Awakening on my AP wheel.
No, you probably don't.
But what if?
Fine, I probably should have switched to the blue tunic a while ago, and I just haven't found a good time to go do that.
What does the blue tunic do in this game?
Reduces damage you take.
There it goes.
Oh.
Alright. I'm about to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Portal 2 is fun. Were you just playing the story mode before, like alone? Or were you playing with someone else?
That's good. Single player is fine.
Single player is fun, yep. Especially the part where he kills you.
This is the part where he kills you. I'm not a big, like, puzzle game fan. I get frustrated too easily, but I genuinely think, like, Portal 2 is, like, one of the best games ever made.
It definitely is one of the best.
It's so fucking good.
And I think it's a sequel of basically a pet project of people at Valve. It wasn't originally going to be like a game. They were just like, hey, we have this tech, let's put it into a game and say cool.
Yeah. Weird to think that at one point the Portal
Oh, I can take damage in these cutscenes. No, I was not ready for a release.
Oh, I'm sorry!
I'm gonna die here.
What?
Oh no!
Oh no, it's fine. You also sent me a heart container, so I actually got full healed instead.
What the fuck is that shit?
Alright, so I say 4 bunks. What do you think, Aiden?
5.
5? What about you, Waffle?
10.
10? Oh, it's definitely not 10. 3! We were all over.
Oh! You won. Alright. I guess I'm heading over to Waffle's little corner of the internet.
And to think, I never got my security keycard C or my gas mask. Things that are supposed to be required to finish the game.
Pick this up, even though it's already been collected.
Oh yeah, that's true. Anyway, Teach, you go do your post-stream raid. Take care of yourself. I don't know what your time zone is, so I don't know if it's like bedtime for you. But make sure you rest up. Yeah.
Go to sleep, adult.
I know that I have to close out you, close out you. I have to get myself set up for this week. Oh my gosh! Oh my! Okay. I don't know why I can't hear it, but I know y'all are hearing it. Oh, you're on Central, yes.
That was for the PlayStation 2. I played on the PlayStation 3.
Hello, Kami. How are you doing? Let me get you this shout out too. What were you playing? Let's see. Summer in Mara. I heard of that game, but I don't remember about it. What exactly?
It's from the people who made the game I played, Mika Delivery Service.
Oh, it's by those people too. I thought so. Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Is that the demo for it?
For Mara? Mara's out, I think.
Oh,
the game is stinky for it.
Oh no, there's another game. There's another game that's free. That's coming out soon. That they have a demo for.
Yeah, Mika's not Mika and the Witch's Mountain. That's what it's called.
Yep, that one's still in demo. Thank you for the follow, JD.
But it's a good demo if you like cute adventure games, chat.
Yeah, I actually have already played that demo because I got into the I signed up for the the early preview of it.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, that's cool. Properties. Where is cancel? That's not what I want. Properties. I want. No, I don't want that. Settings, audio settings. No, not that type of audio settings.
Found the giant egg.
Oh, it's a giant egg.
Giant egg. All right, we got a lot of raiders. How many Billy Hatcher heads we got in chat? How many Hatcher heads we got in chat?
Properties, not properties.
It's gonna be 0 people.
I think I have to look up how to beat this dungeon again, and how to beat the boss. I know that.
There was a. You know what? Oh, you know what game just came out with its demo finally? I'm gonna go play. Timespinner is fun. It is a little Metroidvania. Oh shit. It still has my thingy. Hold on, I gotta close that. It is
really good. You should buy it.
Metroidvania. It is fairly short, I want to say. I finished the game like entirely in about 10 hours.
If you don't care about multiple endings and shit, yeah, it's pretty short.
I mean, if you want to get an ending, you can get it in like 4 to 5 hours. But if you want to complete it, it takes about 10. Is how I took it. Are you familiar with Luna Knights, the Toho spin-off game? Let me quit this game.
What the fuck is a Tuhu?
Oh my gosh. Basically, Timespinner has as the name implies, a time element and and such you can use to move around. You know what? No.
A very good friend of mine, a very close friend of mine showed it to me a few years ago. He's a huge Metroidvania nut. He fucking loves Timespinner. He streams randoms over pretty frequently. Mm-hmm. I do not play Metroidvanias, and I think it's sick as fuck. Love the game.
It's a really fun game. Yes.
Got a lot of good LGBTQ2IA rep as well. So if you're into buying shit for Pride just for the whimsy of it. It's only like what, 15, 20 bucks right now?
Let's see what it is right now. Timespinner is 20 bucks. Yep.
That's full price, I think, too. So not bad. 20 bucks for a very, very solid, very replayable game with a very great and accessible randomizer.
It is very, very accessible. Yes.
And it sounds like I'm sponsored to work for the game, but I swear to Christ, I don't. I just really like it.
Category.
I'm just cheesy, chat. I'm also eating a plate of cheesy chips right now.
Okay. Part 1 is powder.
We're going to play this nice demo of a game coming out very soon called Little Kitty Big City.
That sounds rad.
Oh no, it's lagging my game so bad.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Uh-oh.
Wait, it's not even showing me that I'm dropping frames. Am I dropping frames?
I'm only watching Waffles now for the VOD, so I don't know. Sorry. I took yours off after you finished the second scene.
Oh, it was VTuber. It was VTube Studio that was... Hold on, I can switch to my other one.
Damn.
No, it's okay. I can just, let me just do this real quick.
Being a kitty girl ain't so easy, champ.
One moment. Come on, load up, please. They're running. Okay, there it goes.
It's a good road to trot on, but, you know, it's not always perfect.
Nope, it's not always perfect. You're right. Perfect.
Not always perfect.
Alright, don't know what I'm doing wrong here.
I think I gotta relog in.
Oh, okay. That one doesn't work.
Anyway, loading up. There we go, now I'm back. There we go, I can put my actual avatar up this time.
And then the avatar became a kitty girl.
Yeah!
Remember that episode of Korra? That was great.
Graphics best. Master volume. I'm gonna put it down a little quieter and the music even quieter. Like, it's great and all, but... button prompts. PlayStation. Perfect. Apply. Alright. Nope. It's still going crazy. I think I have to do a different thing. I think I'm gonna have to actually put up my to put my Viato tube up? Really? Wow. Guess I'm just gonna have to do that. That's whatever. Meow. Where is it? Hello? Hello? Why is it not connected?
Hello, Poppet.
Great! Love this. Love this. It's there, it's just not sending.
Dark Centipede. They really made this. This game's really catered to.
I'm just gonna go with
fans.
I'm just going with that. Oh no, the game is just. Ah, Mia! Thank you for the 30 months. Nice. Yeah.
Yo, is that my cat?
Hold on.
Okay.
Why? Okay. Am I lagging or is it just on my end? Like, is the game... I'm just gonna have to do no thing. Yeah, I think it's just anytime I try to put some kind of avatar up. Whatever.
Another back.
Oh, look at the little kitty. Oh, yeah.
We got kitty appreciation stream chat.
Oh no.
There we go.
No!
We got the committee.
That's
As they say.
No!
I have no idea what's going on. There's no Virtue screaming. That's a fucked up thing to say. I was gonna say I know Virtue screaming and it's entertaining. That's kind of a fucked up thing for me to say.
Ah, pity.
Oh, you do have slightly longer time to attack. Okay. Good to know.
Where am I?
I'm assuming this is the last boss.
Nope.
Back home.
Oh no, I watched you beat the last boss one day. I don't remember.
Just 2 more parts.
Jesus.
Fraud, and then bow or boomerang. I never got. Oh no, I did get my bow. I just have never used it.
I'm a fucking bow fiend in Tears of the Kingdom. I need to get better with the bow in that. That's very, very fucking fun.
I don't want to let go of the shield, but I have to. Cool.
Oh no! Ah! It's water. I don't like water.
Yep.
Zero.
Kitty does not like water. Well, I found the run button. Sneak button. Apparently, there's a glitch. Yep. if you hold both paw buttons.
Glitches give the game's character, chat. Happy Sonic Month.
Yee.
I got sent to medicine, right? Nope.
No. There is a dedicated nail button. Yes. Yes! It broke!
The sign of a good game. More games, regardless of whether or not the player character is a cat, should just have a yaw button.
Yes, the fact that it is a black cat is always good.
Wait. It's gonna die again, I think. Oh, too late.
Okay, I like the jumping mechanics. Ah, okay, this is where I want to go. Yes! Slap.
So what was our final consensus on the whole fucking hookshot thing? Was it a glitch, or was it just something that you like weren't aware of, or what?
Yeah, I needed Rooster. They thought, because both Rooster and Feather are one item on the tracker, but they do have different logic associated with them. So,
Yay!
as soon as I got the Rooster, it's in logic to get the hookshot.
Okay, strange. But all right.
Hello, Crow. Hello, Crow. Well, 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 if it isn't the flying kitty. Are you talking to me?
Also, why is there a Game Shark logo in the middle? Not necessarily complaining. We all love a good cheat code.
Where is it? Where?
I'm watching the end of Waffle Seed. There's a big stinky Game Shark logo in the middle of the fucking boss arena.
You actually want to know?
What?
Oh.
No, I mean, yes. I mean, I don't know. What?
Are you going to play this game?
I'm in the middle of it, kinda. Is that symbol a massive spoiler for something in the plot?
Yes and no. It's the Windfish.
Oh, well, I know about the Windfish. It's in all the songs and shit. Like, I played Brawl. I feel like there's ultimately not a whole lot of, like, plot to this game to spoil unless you don't know the fact that it's Inception. But that's already been spoiled for me, so.
I mean, they tell you that kind of early on in this game, don't they?
Do they?
No, it's kind of like middle of the game.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I haven't gone there yet. I know it's not like you don't figure it out like the end in, I don't think. I'll try to beat it one day. I don't think I've ever actually beaten a Zelda game except for Force Swords. So like, I kind of want to just beat a Zelda game to say I fucking did it.
That's fair.
And Link's Awakening is NAP.
Yep. So is Link to the Past, though.
I was gonna say, by the same logic, Link to the Past is my favorite Zelda. Until I beat Tears of the Kingdom. I'm genuinely like, I don't know if it's the hype of it, but like, I want to beat Tears of the Kingdom before I make a succinct conclusion, but like, Tears of the Kingdom might be my new favorite.
Oh no, water. Bad water.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Yep.
Zoomies! They don't call it
amazingly
run,
got
they call it zoomies. They actually call it zoomies. It's
Well,
not
that's what cats
run.
call it.
Right, but I'm saying in the game they call it zoomies.
That's just what cats call it.
I know.
It's just a translation. It's just a good translation to cat language.
I know. Oh. Yeah, how?
I don't even know the different breeds of like cats and shit because I grew up with like mostly dogs and like almost everyone I knew had dogs. Very few people in like my relatives or like friend circle had like cats. So I'm just like, oh yeah, this is like this is a black cat. This one's Siamese. This is orange cat. I like the Sphinx cats. Those are cool.
We're this far already? I just... No, okay.
I'm on it. Num 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 num.
Nope, not what I meant to do.
Ha! Made someone fall down. Jump that way? There we go. Oh, wait. If I jump over here, I can jump up here, and then from here, knock a couple things off. From here, I can jump over onto the car. And on the car is a shiny. Yay, shiny! Ooh, I see another shiny. And it says another shiny. That's funny. Yeah, I'm trying to get onto the... Nope. Okay, so it doesn't matter. No!
Motherfucker looks like a Kirby the Curb Blob boss.
Aww. Ah.
He's going to the Rainbow Clouds. Happy Pride.
Oh, hi.
Thank you for the exclamation point.
Mean.
I'm like too lazy for GG now. Timespinner has changed my life. Now it's just like if I'm in a chat or someone I know knows what Timespinner is, I'm just like, you can exclamation point. I don't care. Like whatever.
And
it was a Timespinner multi-world.
It was, yeah.
It kind of counts.
Yep.
It's on theme.
Obtain bread.
Free the
Use bread as
windfish
bait for sure.
I am the windfish. Nobody look at that if you don't want spoilers for the existence of the windfish. Damn, I wonder who that character is. Probably not a spoiler for the plot. I am the windfish. Come, Waffle, let us awaken.
Apparently I need to go
Play the 8 instruments. I only found 4. Oh, no, I have all 8 here. Okay, cool.
Then that means the universe will crumble and we're all for naught.
my shiny.
Oh. Hell yeah. Well, that was a good dang on multi-world. I think I'm gonna go ahead and end my VOD there probably. So I'm gonna hit the stop streaming button and go.